She hasn't chewed up anything. She's the most well-behaved dog. She came to us. I mean, I paid to have her from the
How are you doing? Good, how are you?
It's okay. Yeah. Yeah, he's walking without a cane in the house.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get the meeting started. Everybody ready? Good. Good afternoon. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board. We are residents of Coral Gables and are charged with the preservation and protection of historic or architecturally
Recording
worthy
in progress.
buildings, structures, sites, neighborhoods, and artifacts, which impart a distinct historical heritage of the city. The board is comprised of 9 members, 7 of whom are appointed by the commission, 1 by the city manager, and the 9th is selected by the board and confirmed by the commission. 5 members of the board constitute a quorum, and 5 affirmative votes are necessary for the adoption of any motion. Lobbyist registration and disclosure. Any person who acts as a lobbyist pursuant to the City of Coral Gables Ordinance Number 2006-11 must register with the clerk prior to engaging in lobbying activities or presentations before city staff, boards, committees, and/or the city commission. A copy of the ordinance is available in the office of the city clerk. Failure to register and provide proof of registration shall prohibit your ability to present to the Historic Preservation Board on applications under consideration this afternoon. Lobbyist is defined as an individual, corporation, partnership, or other legal entity employed or retained, whether paid or not, by a principal who seeks to encourage the approval, disapproval, adoption, repeal, passage, defeat, or modifications of any ordinance, resolution, action, or decision of any city commissioner, any action, decision, recommendation of the city manager, any city board or committee, including but not limited to quasi-judicial, advisory board, trust, authority, or council, or any action, decision, or recommendation of city personnel during the time period of the entire decision-making process on the action, decision, or recommendation which foreseeably will be heard or reviewed by the city commission or a city board or committee, including but not limited to quasi-judicial, advisory board, trust, authority, or council. Presentations made to this board are subject to the city's false claims ordinance, Chapter 39 of the City of Coral Gables City Code. I now officially call the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board meeting of September 18th, 2025 to order. The time is 4:05 p.m. Present today from my left are Ms. Shield, Ms. Ebert, and Ms. Dunay. To my right, Mr. Garcia-Pons, Ms. Spain, and Ms. Alvarez. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. So I think we have two minutes to approve, so we'll take them in order. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
This is minutes of July 10th, 2025. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes of August 14th with an amendment. There was a vote that wasn't tallied properly. The final vote was, but the preliminary vote wasn't. My understanding it was updated by staff.
Yes, it happens to Mike right now, but it has corrected, it's amended, it's as of
I can't see the minutes. Like, it's not coming up. Yeah, they're not coming up online. So the final vote was correct. The interim vote was incorrect. That's going to be updated.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. Notice regarding ex parte communications. Please be advised that this board is a quasi-judicial board, and the items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature, which requires board members to disclose all ex parte communications. An ex parte communication is defined as any contract, communication, conversation, correspondence, memorandum, or other written or verbal communication that takes place outside a public hearing between a member of the public and a member of a quasi-judicial board regarding matters to be heard by the quasi-judicial board. If anyone has made any contact with a board member, when the issue comes before the board, the member must state on the record the existence of the ex parte communication, the party who originated the communication, and whether the communication will affect the board member's ability to impartially consider the evidence to be presented regarding this matter. Deferrals, are there any items that have been deferred, Ms. Pernas?
Yes, I did speak to the homeowner of 721 Alhambra Circle, and he will be deferring his application for the proposal of the S-tile roof.
Very good, thank you.
He did not ask for a date certain. We said that we would get together to work on a proposal, and he wanted to learn a little bit more about replacing the tile with a barrel tile. So it may not come back.
Very good, thank you. Swearing in, if there are any members in the audience who will be testifying today, and any members on Zoom, can you please rise to be sworn in? Anyone on Zoom, can you please turn your cameras on as well? Thank you. All right. So we don't typically do this, but there is, in our agenda, there is a portion for public comment on items that are not related to items we're seeing today. I understand there are some members in the audience that wish to speak to this. We're just going to hear your comments. We have a long agenda tonight, so we're going to hear your comments, so you don't have to sit through the entire meeting. We're going to discuss them most likely at the end. So if anyone has any public comment on any matters that are not going to be heard tonight, that's the case files that are going to be heard tonight, please come forward. And please state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Schmidt. I reside at 1021 Cotoro Avenue in the French Village. I'm here today to comment on the property that's immediately behind me. I think we're all aware of this property. It was in the Miami Herald, 1021 Hardy Road, and the destruction by demolition that has taken place. I spoke before this board on November 17, 2021, about issues in regard to the plans. And at that time, the owner brought 28 variances to this committee, many of which were approved with conditions. Since that time, I have been asking for an update on those variances because they directly affect my home and where I live, and I did pass this out if you wouldn't mind taking a look. This owner is seeking to put a walkout second floor terrace onto her back residence that abuts to my property. And on the first photo, I'm showing you the distance between her property and my property, above of which the terrace will go, how close it is to the property. The concern is, as it was when I was here in 2021, is issues of safety, issues of privacy, and just quality of life. If you look in photo number 2, this is from my back bedroom. It is immediately outside of my window, and if that terrace is put there, from the standpoint of privacy, we will hear noise, possibly music. It is literally within feet of my upstairs. So that's the proposed walkout terrace and the view that I took yesterday from my back. We're concerned about safety because There's a spiral staircase that's supposed to go with that plan, and that is also here attached on attachment C. You can see the walkout terrace, and there's a spiral staircase on the far left side. This would give anyone, whether it's children, whether it's intruders, whether it's people that just have some kind of interest, the ability to get on the shared wall that I have with this residence and walk the entire French Village. If you look on attachment B, the subject property, 1021 Hardy, is number 16. I am number 5. And if someone had access to our shared wall, they could literally walk the entire French Village. That is a safety hazard for everyone that lives in the village. We have been fortunate enough not to have any robberies, but we are inviting it. That's one thing. To put the stairway there, the owner said that it would be, quote unquote, in the minutes of 2021, that it will be hanging from the wall. I have no idea what hanging from the wall means. So we've got privacy issues with regard to noise. We've got safety issues. I have never heard back from anyone with regard to what happened with those variances that had conditions. Specifically, it's within the entire minutes, there was a lot of reference to the fact that there needed to be assurance that there was no negative impact to the residents that live around that property. No one ever got back to any of us. Again, if you look at that diagram on attachment B, you can see that property is 16. To the left of it is 17, 15, and 5. We are directly affected by this. And we do not even know today what the state of those variances are. The other thing that I would like to ask the board to bring attention to is the variances I received as they're attached here on September 5th. They're the same variances that were listed after the meeting. Nothing has changed. There's been no update provided to any of us, and you can see a lot of them required additional information and submission to staff for review. We have no idea what that review consisted of. I'd also like you to take a look at attachment D, page 3. It specifically says there, this was written by the prior preservation officer, Warren Adams, that the granted variances would be void after 1 year if approval of a permit had not been issued, which it was. The expiration date of the variances may be extended by 1 additional year. If you look at attachment E, the expiration date of these variances was November 17th, 2023. If the owner did, in fact, request an extension of 1 year, that would make these variances voided. We have no idea where any of this is. There's reference in the minutes. My suggestion strongly is that you look at the 2021 minutes, because I have to tell you, even John Fullerton, who has been a long-term architect that we all know in this community, he said he had never seen anything like this. Another board member said that these were very unprepared. But again, I have to say, I don't know who within the city, if anyone has stated that there's no negative impact on us neighbors that are enjoined to this property, they did not look at it from a perspective of our residents. If you look at photo 3, I've referenced here where there's supposed to be a new pool. Again, this pool is directly outside of our window. This spiral stairway is supposed to go down to this pool. The concern, again, is we have no idea where the water is going to go when they drain the pool, when they have heavy rains, when the rains fall off the roof. Again, this was all cited in the variance. We have no idea where this landed, and I've already had water intrusion from this property. So I ask with respect that someone relook at this. Again, maybe they're voided just based on the expiration. That's the way it looks to us, because the documents in 2 areas suggest that. But we have lived here for 21 years, and we've never seen anything like this. I mean, we've been through a lot. We are not serving to be obstructionists. We want to see this property restored, but I think there has to be some viewpoint from the residents that live there with regard to safety, privacy, and quality of life, because quite frankly, it appears that this non-resident that has owned this property for 7 years is being given more consideration than we are, and we live there.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt.
I also have a letter from another resident that was not able to be here, Meg Daly. She resides at 1004 Cotoro Avenue. She asked me to read this. Dear Historic Preservation Board members, I am writing regarding the tragic condition of the French Village home at 1021 Hardy Road. I appreciate the city's recent efforts to shore up the walls at the home. I viewed the work from the master bedroom of Stephanie Schmidt's window, which directly backs up to the home. The view from Stephanie and Asif Jamal's home was shocking. The home is completely gutted. Walls are open to the air, rain, and harsh weather. Massive steel rods are mounted on huge concrete blocks to reinforce the structure from potential collapse. Honestly, this formerly grand residence looks like a movie set of when a home is bombed and reduced to rubble. It's hard to imagine this negligence occurred on our collective watch. With the excellent staff at the City of Coral Gables overseeing the intervention, I hope that there is a clear next step to get the home weather-tight before it decays beyond repair. My final comments are, I have been writing letters, emails, sending photos to the City of Coral Gables, multiple departments, many persons in leadership since 2018. I would say it's probably 20 to 25 pieces of correspondence, and I've got very little in return. We do not get answers. So we are awaiting answers to this, and I'm hopeful that the variances are voided. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Victor Diaz. My spouse and I reside at 1025 Hardy Road, immediately to the north of 1021 Hardy Road, a landmark historic home that is actively and continued to be demolished by neglect. 15 months ago, we met with senior city staff to express our dismay at the lack of city action to prevent the demolition by neglect of 1021 Hardy. At that time, I asked to address this board on this issue. I was told then that this board had no authority and no jurisdiction to address the demolition by neglect of a historic landmark in this city. As the former chair of the Miami Beach Historic Preservation Board, I was appalled at the suggestion that this board is powerless to even discuss the demolition by neglect of a historic structure in this city. I persisted in my request. I was verbally assured by the vice mayor and by the acting historic preservation director that we would be placed on a future agenda of this board so that we could discuss this issue and the many issues that you need to know about. However, months passed and there was no action. Finally, on July 29th, I sent a letter directly to all of you via the only address that was provided via a public records request, formally requesting to appear before your board on a discussion item related to the demolition of 1021 Hardy Road in the middle of the historic district. We asked staff to confirm that copies would be emailed to all members for their immediate attention. For nearly 2 months, despite repeated email follow-up, we received no response. After even more follow-up, we were finally notified last week that city staff would not place this item on your agenda for discussion. 1021 Hardy Road was shored last month, and we are very appreciative of that as a result of an order that we helped procure from the city's Code Enforcement Board. The shoring was to prevent the imminent collapse of the structure, but the house continues to rot. With continued neglect, this historic structure will be lost forever. We are here to ask for your help. Please place a discussion item on a future board agenda to discuss what more can be done to save this historic landmark and to avoid other historic landmarks in the city falling into similar decay. Since when can the city administration stifle debate and discussion among and between the Historic Preservation Board and the citizens that you represent? Since when is this board powerless, despite its mandate by ordinance, to discuss the demolition of a historic landmark in this city? Many may be able to avert their eyes from this rotting historic landmark in the middle of the French city village, but we have to live next to this public nuisance. The centennial of the French city village is months away. We're celebrating the centennial of the city. The centennial of our neighborhood is literally months away. I hope that you will not be the Historic Preservation Board that presides over the demolition and the loss of the centerpiece of this historic district. We thank you for your service to our city. I know what it means to be a citizen member of a city board for decades, and I ask for your help as a resident, as a new resident of the city of Coral Gables, now 3 years. We're asking for your help in requesting a discussion, just a public discussion before your board of the many issues that we would like to bring before your board relating to the enforcement of your order, your prior orders, the demolition by neglect of a historic structure, and what more we can do as a community to preserve this historic structure from being lost for eternity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Schwartz, and my husband and I own 1017 Hardy Road. Our home is directly attached to 1021 Hardy. We share a main structural wall. The homes were designed in 1925 by a very prominent New York architect, Mott Schmidt, and he designed my home and 1021 to be mirror images of each other. The Historic Preservation Board passed variances in respect of 1021 Hardy in 2021. One was to allow a carport, and another was to build a terrace coming off one of the bedrooms on the second floor. I was under the impression that the city's historic homes were not allowed to change details on the exterior of the home, only you can only change things on the inside, sorry. In addition, we have concerns about safety. The second floor terrace that the owner wishes to build has a spiral staircase connecting the first and second floor. This would allow an intruder easy access to every home on this portion of Hardy and Cotoro. The homes in this area were built in a grid with walled yards, and the staircase would allow a way to walk all the way around the homes on Hardy and Cotoro, which would endanger our security. I hope that whoever undertakes the rebuilding of this once beautiful home is not giving approval or an automatic extension of these variances without the historical board carefully reviewing them again and giving some thoughts to the best interests of the neighborhood and to the integrity of the home. The past 8 years have been a nightmare for myself and my neighbors. I know that the city has shored up the house, finally, but I continue to have water intrusion in my home, including this morning. I have mold in my walls, and my ceilings are beginning to collapse. In fact, my contractor told me this morning to be very careful in certain areas of my home because the ceiling can come down anytime and cause injury to my family and family pets. Without further structural work on 1021, that house and my home will continue to deteriorate. The shoring was helpful, but is by no means a fix. The city needs to do more to protect its citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schwartz. Does anyone else wish to speak on an item that's not on the agenda today? Go ahead.
If you're on Zoom, please state your name and address for the record.
They dropped off. So while we wait to get that sorted out, thank you all for coming to speak to us about this. We appreciate your concern. I do have some questions for staff.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay, sorry, I kept unmuting, but it wouldn't work. Hi, this is Karelia, president of the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. And our organization has been, a great advocate for this issue, actually, in support of the city doing something to satisfy this demolition by neglect, or it's heading toward demolition by neglect. In 2018, this board, the Historic Preservation Board, took on the 117 Florida Avenue item, which was demolition by neglect. And there were, fines, I think it was over $1 million. It had been, the fees were running for over 17 years. And the board took on this item, and, eventually there was some satisfaction that was agreed upon. So I ask, on behalf of the Historic Preservation Association and of course the neighbors, to have this item on the agenda, soon. I mean, whether it's October or before the end of the year, so that this can be discussed properly and so that other residents can be noticed. So I really appreciate the neighbors speaking up, and I look forward to this being on the agenda in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom? All right, so I'm gonna close the general public hearing. As I said, thank you for bringing this to our attention. You've brought up some legitimate concerns. I would like to discuss at the end of this meeting during the discussion period, to ask staff for maybe an update on where things stand, and on anything that we can do, especially these water intrusion issues that Ms. Schwartz brought up. So I will ask to discuss this during that time. So thank you all again for appearing before us. Appreciate it. So that being said, we're going to move to the regular agenda.
Actually, could I just ask, when we get to that section, when we have that discussion, I was looking at the zoning code, which is why I was on my phone. I wasn't rude. I was trying not to be rude. I know that there's a section in the historic preservation portion of the zoning code that pertains to demolition by neglect, and most of it talks about the code enforcement and building official and all of that. But there is a section that talks about variances from this board when it comes to demolition by neglect. And if you could look at that section, I don't know how it pertains here, but it does talk about not allowing variances to a property that has demolished by neglect. I don't know whether this pertains now. It's probably a legal consideration. It may mean that going forward they don't get the variances, but so I don't know. But I'd like to know.
Okay.
Anyhow,
I'll try to take a look at it during the meeting.
yeah, you may not get the answer tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Yeah, thank you. I would like to have a full discussion when the time comes, because like I said, there are a lot of concerns, and I want to get a status update on where we stand legally, right, from Mr. Throckmorton.
May I just say something? Is this on? Is it on? I know this property well. I know a lot of the residents around this property. If you go home now, we're on Zoom. I promise you, no matter how long this meeting goes, we're going to talk about you, okay? So you can go home and watch it on Channel 77, this meeting, or you can watch it
it's on
Zoom.
YouTube
But this
also.
will be brought up again today, no matter how late we get.
Thank you. All right, so moving forward, our first item is case file COA SP 2025-13. This is an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 1210 Sevilla Avenue, a local historic landmark, legally described as Lot 12, Block 8, Coral Gables Country Club, Section Part 1, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 8, page 108 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The application requests design approval for an addition to the residence.
I'll introduce it and you guys can go. Good afternoon, Anna Pernas, Historic Preservation Officer. This application was before you in June of 2025 and was deferred. Just to give you a brief, it was a deferral to go before the Board of Architects and to work with staff on what separation would be appropriate. The new proposal that is marked August 6th, I believe, is the updated drawings, shows a 3-foot setback from the carport now, and staff, myself, are in support of the separation. So I'll let you go ahead, and the presentation should come up if we can get the PowerPoint. Thank you. Go ahead. It's a little delayed sometimes. And then if you need a pointer, you could just.
Hi, good evening. Pedro Bravo with Bravo Architecture, 250 Catalonian Coral Gables. With me here is Daron Garcia, consultant for the project. I wasn't able to be here the last time to make the presentation, but one of the changes that we made as a result of the meeting was, as Anna had mentioned, a 3-foot separation from the carport to the proposed structure. It's a cottage. It's a small property. It's a small home. The owner really does need this space. Initially, if you recall, the proposed addition was attached to the carport. We went ahead and made the modification. Last time we presented a 1-foot separation, and now this time it's a 3-foot separation as on the document, and it was approved by the board. So I'm here to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you, Mr. Bravo. Before we get started, Ms. Pernas, would you mind clarifying? So they presented drawings, for your review. You issued a COA report that recommended denial. Since then, they went to the BOA, they worked some more, they made some revisions to the drawings, and you are now in support of that, but there's not an updated COA
Right,
report.
correct. When they have it's the same case, and we don't typically issue a separate COA, even though it's under the same case. It's an awkward situation, and I realized it after. But it was something that was done, I think, before, while I was out, obviously. And so they went to BOA since then, and that's when the updated drawings are now before you with that separation.
So staff's position is now in favor
Yes.
of this addition? Okay, thank you.
They're no longer attaching the addition to the carport. The carport will have an open third bay.
So Ms. Pernas, just to be sure that we're looking at the right set of drawings, it's going to be for the updated set 8625 that shows the 3 feet.
Correct.
Okay.
Are there any conditions that apply in I guess, the new direction on the COA, even though it's not written?
Well, no, it's typical. They really have the one window that they're retaining and bringing back, and it's a casement window. We're okay with the configuration of it because usually our one condition would be no clear glass, would be clear glass, no tint, and so that would apply just administratively, anyways.
So the typical comments?
Yeah.
Are there any other board questions of the applicant or staff?
Oh, can you flip through the elevations?
Sure.
I wasn't here for the first meeting.
We do have a rendering as well. So you get to see through the carport. It's detached to the window beyond. You do get some natural sunlight in between both the structures. Not a lot, but there is some there. And therefore, the carport remains freestanding. Well, I'll put it on 3 sides.
Are there any other questions from the board? Is there anyone in the public who wishes to speak either for or against this item, either in person or on Zoom? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public portion and open for further board discussion or possible motions.
So I'd like to, I appreciate sending it back to the Board of Architects. We weren't sure what the proper distance would be. They came back and said 3 feet is appropriate. It looks good to me, so I'm glad that we're able to go through that exercise. And I'm happy to make a motion unless somebody wants to have further discussion.
I'll second.
I'm going to make the motion to,
Sorry, I thought I was,
no, I got to make the whole thing.
I jumped ahead. Go ahead.
A motion to approve the design proposal with the updated set of 8625 for the addition to the property located at 1210 Civvy Avenue in Coral Gables, and approve the issuance of the special certificate of appropriateness.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Mr. Garcia Pons. Ms. Shield, do you still do your second?
A second.
A second by Ms. Shield. Any other discussion or questions? Can you call the roll, please?
Ms. Deney?
Yes.
Ms. Shield?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Ms. Ebert?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yes.
And Mr. Silva?
Yes, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on. Our next case is case file COA SP 2025-019. This is an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 547 Alcazar Avenue, a contributing resource within the Alcazar Avenue Historic District, legally described as Lot 24, Block 13, Section 8, Coral Gables, Section B. According to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 5, page 111 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County. The application requests design approval for the enclosure of the open front porch with impact-resistant windows and doors.
Thank you. The residence at 547 Alcazar Avenue is designed in a mission style and built circa 1925, was permit 1191 in the city. The open porch with its columned arched openings is the most prominent and significant feature on the front of the house. The proposal was reviewed by and approved by the Board of Architects in May 22, 2025. Staff has concerns regarding the following: the discrepancy between the BOA approval and the submittal that was in regards to the frame color, the use of the doors, and the side elevations and safety railings. The proposal to enclose the front porch, staff finds is an inappropriate alteration to the front of the building and is recommending denial of the application.
Thank you.
That's you guys, right?
Hi, my name is Karina Lorenzen. I'm the homeowner as well as my husband, Javier Diaz. We are hoping to enclose this porch in an effort to allow for more living space within our home. We have a hopefully growing family. This would allow for a little bit more flexibility in our ability to enjoy the home. I am a born and raised Coral Gables gal. I grew up on Navarre. I love Old Spanish homes. I wanted an Old Spanish home. We're hoping to preserve the interior of our home as well. They have beautiful original 1925 windows that separate that enclosure area from our main home, and I'd love to keep them there. I really think this could just elevate the aesthetic of the home without taking away the existing facade. We have amended the color to be black as it was requested by the Board of Architects. I apologize if I'm calling the wrong boards, the wrong people. And we have also included elevation drawings for the interior railings for the openings of the windows we were hoping to have ability to open on the sides of the home.
I would also like to add that the original windows on the inside.
Would you state your name and
Sorry.
speak into the mic as well?
My name is Javier Diaz. I'm the other owner of the property. I would like to add that the original windows on the inside still have the original cranks to it, but unfortunately, due to time and humidity, they have started to warp and allowing cold air to escape and causing the interior of the house on the top to start cracking. And we really want to make this piece a significant portion of the house.
Sorry.
The arches will not change in shape or size. They would still be retained.
So before you, we see the elevation drawings as described. We're leaving the arches as was recommended by the board. We've also followed with recommendations for the colonials that were suggested as well. The interior railings you can see in the bubbled in section, those would be interior to prevent any accidental falls, safety for things like children and adults from having any potential issues on the sides of the homes, which would be hopefully open when we wanted for nice weather to allow for airflow. Anything I missed? This is the color that's been approved. It is black and wood grain, designed by Chorus. It's beautiful. I hope you guys like it.
And the mud-in design here is specifically what the Board of Architects requested.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to open it for any questions from the board to either applicants or staff.
Do we have elevation drawings for the, of the house?
I think that's all we've got. We have window elevations only, correct?
I have a question. Are there currently glass in those archways, or is that just screen?
Screen.
It's just screen, okay.
Can you go back to the photograph of the openings the way they are now?
That's from the interior. Is there a black one? There.
Oh, so that's screen.
Those are screens.
With an iron
With
gate
an
behind.
iron gate behind the screens. The iron gate is very well rotted as well.
So, Ms. Pernis, so there's two things we're considering, sort of, right? Do we approve enclosure at all? And then if we do approve enclosure, what enclosure do we approve, right? In the second case, you listed a series of 6 conditions. If we do consider approval, I understand that they have revised their proposal. Do these conditions reflect that revised proposal, or this?
I'm not sure. If that's what's in the presentation, is the first time I'm seeing it, no. Because I sent this to report to you all on Friday, so I don't know if that's what was addressed or not. But we'll make sure at the staff level, if it is considered today, then that it is.
You went too far.
So you haven't necessarily had a chance to review this? Okay.
This was submitted.
I got that PowerPoint this morning.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia-Ponce?
So Ms. Perez, a follow-up question to that is just maybe comment number 1. It says, consider dividing the window openings as seen in figure number 2. Figure number 2 is the photograph from 1980. I was trying to get a sense of what figure number 2 is.
It might be the one that we could see the best, because the 1940s photo has the awnings, so it's hard to see. So I think what she was intending was that the separation isn't as, you see here, they have that divided, almost like a transom. What she was trying to do is more mimic like the line of the height of the railing, and then no middle mullion. So it's a more open condition.
Right, so I just wanted to refer that was the one, and I would also infer that it was the railing height in the
Right,
front
yes.
as the thing, as
As
opposed
the-
to at the,
What's being proposed up here, which is with like a transom line.
and is there any comment, would you assume any vertical, or just the horizontal? Because I can't see any vertical in this photograph, which is.
Yeah, I think we were assuming there was no vertical. Just because the other one seems to be painted white. And the door is painted white as well, so,
So we don't have a drawing that shows that condition.
no.
And there are no original drawings of the house either? Really?
We have the permit drawings, I believe.
I have original, but I mean, they're very faint. Did I borrow that?
Thank you.
Usually we try to throw it in here, but.
And did
It
you,
was definitely a screen enclosure, and I think that that's where the idea behind the BOA's contention and our intention is, if you're going to enclose it, kind of mimic that as best as possible. The first part of this is, we're not in support of enclosing the porch, because these are few and far between, and we are constantly, you drive around the Gables and it's a condition you see very often, and it's something that, we would like to preserve as an original portion of the building, but that's all up to you.
and did you say that the inside metalwork is all deteriorating?
It's very rotted.
Our son goes outside and he's stepping. And we're
Can we
worried that
please
he
speak
goes-
into the microphone? I'm sorry, just for the Zoom and the record, thank you.
We have a 2-year-old son, and he loves to run out there, but we always have to constantly be looking at him because he can step on the rust and cut his foot. And obviously, we haven't done anything with the hopes of having this as a more safer space for everybody.
Which the iron one wouldn't have been original anyways.
Mr. Garcia-Ponce?
Ms. Perez, one more question. I'm looking at the Board of Architects V1, which is, looks like their report, it talks, it seems to be stricken through as a request for information, but the only comment I see is frames, black frame, light gray glass. Is that what was approved by the Board of Architects?
Yeah, that was their only condition.
And so there was no comment on muttons or locations or frame?
What was reviewed by them is what they're proposing here in their plans with the kind of transom bar and the 2 verticals.
Okay.
And with the doors on either side.
So it wasn't expressly asked by the Board of Architects to create this pattern. They reacted to the
Right.
pattern and approved it. Thank you.
Okay, I have another question because I just can't see. I don't understand what I'm looking at. How is the screen attached on the sides? Is there masonry there? The only other time we did this that I remember that was a fiasco was a house on Columbus. And that owner took the spiral columns down
No, we plan to. leave
because
the
he
final-
had to, he said. I can't drive down Columbus now without.
No, the plan is to keep the spiral columns.
How
in.
Theirs
There's
are
no
engaged
structural here?
into, it seems like theirs are engaged onto like a more square column.
That's what I can't see.
Yeah.
It doesn't look as if it's necessarily anything that you're going to be able to attach those windows to.
I think actually on their, Ms. Payne, on their proposal, there's an image on the upper right, on the outside, that you can sort of see one of the windows.
Here.
And on the inside, you can see it pretty clearly too.
All right, let me,
So
Yeah, the one they have on the
here we
screen
go.
here.
So when you reinforce the opening, so these
I
are
see.
are proposed as
Okay.
impact windows. So I see where your Donna is concerned because they may have to add either
Yeah, I got
thickness
it.
or sometimes they even have to add a sill.
Right.
And we definitely would be against that. It's not shown in the plans that way, but we keep running into that at the time of installation.
Thank you. Does anyone have any further questions? Ms. Alvarez?
Did you consider, traditional kind of the, true to the original wood screen porch? I know I have a small, very small Old Spanish too, and I know the challenges, and you kind of are tempted to try to work with it. You have to get more AC space, but it seems to be in conflict with the original intention of the house, which is so beautiful. Like there, I think, I don't know, I can only think of a handful that have a full porch on the front like this. So I was just wondering if you had also explored that as an option. Because right now, what I think you're reacting to the poorly done screen aesthetically and the way that it functions, and it's obviously falling apart. But if it had been done properly in wood and with the right materials, it would be perhaps a different.
I appreciate the comment, and it is lovely to sit out there when the weather is lovely, and the weather is not always lovely. And unfortunately, our home, the way it's set up in terms of its floor plan, we have a beautiful but more formal living room. We do not have an area that can be more of an informal family space. I'd love to host people. It's a wonderful opportunity to be able to do that in a more central location of the home all year round in a safe way without diminishing the aesthetic that allows us to still appreciate this beautiful home as a growing family. We're starting to feel a little bit cramped there, and I don't want that because we intend to stay.
And also is to try to preserve the last original windows of the house that are currently there on the interior side.
Yeah, you can kind of see some of them here. I was just trying to go to the floor plan.
Are there any other questions for applicant or staff? Is there anyone in the public or on Zoom who wishes to speak either for or against this item?
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Dirk Lorenzen, and obviously my last name and my daughter's last name are the same. And she did grow up here in Coral Gables because she grew up in my house, which is literally 5 houses away. We love old Spanish houses. Our house was built in 1926. She grew up loving them. She wants to preserve this house as an old Spanish. But that porch, when it rains, becomes soaked. There's puddles inside the house. If you keep it as a screened-in porch, you're going to continue to have puddles inside the house and everything gets wet in there. It's just the way that it's designed, especially with the rains we would have, it just doesn't work. Obviously, I support my daughter and my son-in-law in getting this done. I support it as a neighbor. I support it as a father, as a grandfather, and I support it also as an attorney whose office is 2 blocks that way. And my wife would be, who's a psychologist, would also be supported because her office is right next to mine. This is really for the benefit of the community because they're going to preserve this house. They're not going to let this house deteriorate or become a modern catastrophe like we've seen in some areas. They love Old Spanish. They're wanting to make this look like it did originally, except protected from the elements. They're not asking to block anything off or anything else. They're trying to make it look the way it's supposed to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also, as an aside, a lovely gentleman behind me, whose name I do not know, is a window contractor, and he said that the installation of those windows would not be affected to the cosmetic, beautiful swirls that are on the interior of the home, which I hope to maintain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Because you mentioned that you were going to be opening up, you wanted to be able to use the porch as part of, hosting and opening of the house. Were you planning on opening those window openings to doors? No. So, because there's no doors now, so it would just still be the front door remaining.
The front door would remain the front door, yes. Just the hope to have openings on the sides to allow for airflow.
So the interior windows would be this.
They would stay
the
there.
same.
They're planning to stay.
Not part of permit.
So you're not planning to air condition it?
Not at the moment, no. We may consider a split or something, but not at the moment, no.
Right now, it's more for an uninhabitable section right there, similar to other properties that's been done for, such as 410 Alcazar, which this same project, similar home design, was approved back in, I believe, 2023 or 2024.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak from the public? If not, I'll close the public hearing and open for further board discussion, questions, motions. Thank you. I do have some concerns. So in the past, when we have approved these enclosures,
Very sparingly.
very sparingly, but the correct thing to do is to at least try and replicate the screen pattern, screen mutton pattern, right? Which I have two things. Number one, we don't know what that is for the upper part, right? So that's a question. And number two, I have a concern with the two ends being kind of these, right now they're shown as double doors. And that is definitely not what was there as a screen enclosure. So I do have some concerns about that.
Was there a question? Sorry.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's a comment. Thank you.
I have a comment. I just, I hate to see one of the few remaining open-air porches enclosed, and you're not air conditioning it. If you are, that's another, I guess, something that would have to go before the board again. And for the reason that it's just a defining characteristic of the homes in Coral Gables, and there's so few of them left, that I don't know that I could be in support of it.
So the reason why there's so few left is that we've approved so many in the past. Those that are historic. I think it needs to be done so that it looks as though it's intentional, that it was a screen. I have a hard time not doing for one person what's been done for others. I realize this is done on a case-by-case basis. But honestly, I think that city staff and city boards should be consistent. I'd rather be consistent than right. So, I mean, I would prefer to have it be remain as a screen, but, and if it's air conditioned, it needs to go to the city, but it doesn't have to come to us as long as the exterior doesn't change. So I'm torn because I never have liked enclosing them with glass, but there's so many out there, and some of them have been done very nicely. John Fullerton's home is one on Granada. He was a longtime board member. This board approved it, so I don't know. I'm torn.
Can I ask another question, Anna? So if some sort of enclosure is done, does that mean then that the property owner, without historic approval, can change the now existing exterior windows?
I guess technically it would be then considered part of the
Interior.
interior of the house. That's kind of why I was asking what was going to occur to those. But it would technically be considered the interior. So if they do want to come back, or the next owner wants to come back and say, I want to blow out this wall and put French doors in, or not, just blow it out, then,
And this type of arcade type of feature, is that to this extent, because it's really beautiful, is that quite unique on this?
yeah, and I would say it's a prominent feature of the house. I will, just to go back if I can to Donna's point, because I think since I've been here 2 years, we've had about 4 of these come before you. And I would say it's been a split of yes and no. We have rejected them in this board since we've been here, and we have approved some. And the ones that we have approved, there were considerations, I think, of traffic. There was one like very close to Lejeune that the board had a long discussion on. And then again, we go back to like what the configuration should be. Some people think they should look like windows. Some people think they should look like just clear storefront, no muttons at all. And then some people agree that it should look like the screens. I suggest the screens. I think it's a little bit more appropriate to look like just a big glass storefront at the front of the house. But I would say just so that you can still feel torn, but we have rejected them also. And what we also see is that we've designated a lot of buildings that have already had them enclosed prior to designation, because it's square footage.
Well, it's also
usable
theoretically
space.
removable.
Right, so it's
you know, it
reversible,
doesn't
so it's one of the things to
Really
look at.
affect the historic integrity of the home.
Right, it's reversible when you maintain the front wall of the building, I guess. Sometimes people will come and then open up that wall, so just to add more to it.
To be true to this board, the first home that my husband and I bought had much the same arches, and we bought it with no children. 6 years later, we had 3 children, and we enclosed the porch. So I understand exactly where you're coming from. The additional space is needed.
Any other board comments or motions? Anyone? I can't make a motion today.
I can make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Dene.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to deny the design proposal for the enclosure of the open front porch with impact-resistant windows and doors on the property located at 547 Alcazar Avenue, legal description, and to deny the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness.
So we have a motion to deny the issuance of this certificate. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
So we have a motion and a second to deny the application. Any further comment? If not, we'll call the roll.
Who was the second on that motion?
Mr. Garcia Pons.
If I may, just before you call the roll, I did receive one letter of support that from Mr. Brett Gillis, and it was with the request that you consider of Clearview window. And that was circulated to you all prior to the meeting.
I didn't hear that.
Sorry, there was a letter of support with the recommendation that you all consider actually a clear view glass window instead of the muttons for Mr. Gillis, and that was circulated to you all before the meeting.
All right, so this is a motion to deny. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Ms. Shield?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
No.
Ms. Ebert? No. Ms. Dene?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yes.
Mr. Silva?
No. The motion passes. No.
Motion fails.
Motion fails 4-3.
4-3.
Is there another motion somebody would like to make? There's been no action taken by the board.
So if this is,
Cyber's got one.
Ms. Everett has a motion?
I never know whether this is on or not. I move to approve the application of the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 547 Alcazar Avenue.
Mr. Chair, if I could just clarify Ms. Everett's motion, just for the record, the submittal was one color and one pattern. I just want to
Do you
clarify.
like to adopt the conditions that were
Yes.
clarified in there?
Adopting the conditions that are set forth by the Historic Preservation Office.
And for the color and pattern that was presented with BOA approval. Right? Because it's different. To
Match
the
the
conditions.
conditions.
Understood.
So, sorry, those are in conflict with one another.
Right, that's why I was saying,
So
just
we can't do
Okay,
that.
so
conditions.
that's why I'm trying to clarify which one it is. So it's the conditions, staff conditions.
Yes.
Our recommendation would be our staff conditions, yes.
Yes, staff conditions.
Understood.
I'll second it, but I need to, I need to understand the Muntins, where that's going to end up.
I agree. Ms. Bernas, can you go over the conditions one by one?
Yes, hold on, let me get,
If we could have a second, just for discussion purposes. We had a second? Understood. Thank you.
Yes,
Spain seconded.
yes, I seconded it.
Thank you.
yeah. Could we have the presentation back up, just so I could reference the photos? All right, let's see. So number one would be consider the dividing the window openings as seen in figure 2, where the top, where the top of the original porch was located. Porch railing was located. So there's, in your staff report on page 2, there's a photo in the middle, figure 2, 1980 photo, 47 Alcazar Avenue. So that would just be a large screen opening with a horizontal muntin across to match the height of what would have been the railing that was installed in front of that screen.
So it would be a glass with one horizontal muntin.
Correct.
And one around the frame.
Yes,
That's it.
yes. I'm trying to imagine it myself. Yes.
And if you could keep going down the list,
Oh,
please.
sorry. Clarify the color, the frame color to be used. So I think they said that they were going to use the black, the dark bronze, the black, yeah, which is fine. I think there was discrepancies between the drawing and the BOA review, and so that's where the request for clarification was needed.
So the BOA said black.
Yes. So you updated the proposal to include the black. Okay. So
Ms.
black
Everett?
it is.
So black,
Black.
okay.
Clarify the interior railings at the east and west doors or consider fixed windows. So number 3 is actually in regards to the proposal for the owner to use doors at the side of the porch. Let me try to see if this thing works. So on this side and this side, they're proposing doors, which would have never been appropriate. There would have been screens, there would have been a railing there. The concerns with staff is also that this is a raised condition up here. So if there were doors, they would be stepping out into, I think, maybe 18-inch overhang. So the issue is that then they'll need a railing, and so where the railing goes, what the railing design is, and so I think they have it in the proposal here, but we don't believe it's an appropriate condition. I would suggest that they just go with a screened enclosed opening like the others would have been, rather
Those are
than
going to be
double
windows
doors.
instead of doors.
Right.
Those are just going to be like the others.
They should,
That's
that's
what
what
the staff is
what
saying.
we would recommend.
So we have to
here,
alter-
you all have to decide, that's where, they want the doors to be able to open, and I think like she mentioned, there wasn't gonna be an AC'd space, so to be able to get open air in there, I don't know if we could work with them on a different configuration, maybe that would look more like windows, but I don't think that the French doors on either side are appropriate.
So the staff comment was to clarify about the interior railings. It did not make a suggestion. So we need to make sure that we give the suggestion because the recommendation isn't a recommendation, it's a question. So Mr. Silva had mentioned before about the doors at the end.
Yeah.
Ms. Bernas seems to believe also that, I don't know if you want to have that up for discussion or if you have a comment, Ms. Ebert.
I don't. Yeah.
You'll see here, oops, this is the door proposal that they have on either side. which would be inconsistent with then the design of the front elevation.
So we could issue a friendly amendment or a clarification. I think we need to do something on number
to state
3.
it.
Yeah.
I think we should state that they're fixed windows.
Not doors.
That's what I'd be comfortable seconding.
So that the only opening would be
The front.
the front doors.
So I have a potential friendly amendment to that, and I don't know, the issue is, because this is why this gets so difficult without really good drawings.
Right.
If the framing pattern and mutton pattern is one bar at quote-unquote rail height, you can subdivide that glass into fixed above and operable below. So you can have a hopper or something that opens underneath if you want to have the ventilation, which I understand. And I think that is one of the benefits of going to a new pattern is below the line, you can have an operable piece of glass, where in these guys you cannot. So that's why I'm concerned about saying fixed glass.
Right. Oh, I understand.
As opposed to,
I wouldn't mind a hopper.
so I think we need to clarify statement.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I'm
Please.
understanding is to match the configuration of the front elevation, but allow for, or work with staff to allow for an operable lower hopper or some sort of operable condition, operable
For cross ventilation.
cross ventilation
Within the framework of the mutton
of
and
the
frame.
mutton, yeah. Okay.
Anna?
So you,
Acceptable to
Ms.
the,
Everett?
is that acceptable to the mover?
Ms. Everett?
unless they want.
Is that okay with you for the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so let's keep going down the list just to make sure we're all on the same page.
And then no alterations are to be made to the existing or original steps and wing walls, which I think they've already clarified they were not making any changes. The window and door muttons are to be high profile, dimensional, so again, that's something we work with at the administrative level, and then our typical window, door, glass to be clear, no reflectivity, no tint, no low E.
And that is different from the Board of Architects.
Right, the proposal that they brought before the Board of Architects was with a light gray, so we would recommend that it's a clear glass, or as clear as possible.
Ms. Everett?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, clear glass, or yes?
No, it's whatever. We've gone through this glass issue before.
I don't want to deal with that anymore.
Yes. Whatever the Historic Preservation Office requires.
Okay. So if I may summarize, just so we're on the same page, we have a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness with staff conditions modified as follows. Comment number 1 is we are going to provide each opening, except the front door, with a single horizontal mullion at the height of the railing as per the photograph. Number 2, it's going to be black frames. Number 3, the ends are also going to be windows in the same configuration. We are allowing the owner the option to have either fixed glass or an operable window below the rail height. And conditions 4, 5, and 6 are unchanged from staff.
Mr. Silva, just, to the extent it's helpful or necessary to add at the end of any of those conditions, to work with staff on the mutton horizontal configuration, work with staff on the frame color, black is a broad term, and to work with staff on the operability.
Understood. Thank you.
Correct? That's the summary of Ms. Everett's motion?
Correct.
Thank you. Is that remain seconded by Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Okay, so we are now clear. We have a motion and a second. Would you please call the roll?
Ms. Dene?
Yes.
Shield?
Dene.
Ms. Dene.
Oh, I'm sorry. Obviously, I need a hearing aid.
Okay, so start over. Ms. Dunay.
Ms. Dene?
Regrettably, no.
Ms. Alvarez?
No,
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
no, I also feel, I know there's a divided stance on that, but I feel that porch is so beautiful on the original design.
Ms. Shield?
No.
Oh, well.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Ms. Ebert,
Yes.
and Mr. Silva.
Yes, motion fails again.
Mr. Chair, as you know, once we've had a failure to achieve a proper vote and motion, the item is automatically continued to the next meeting unless there's another motion someone on the board would like to make. Otherwise, it's continued to the next meeting.
And just so the applicant understands, we are short how many members today?
Two members.
2 members. So there will be two additional members, and if it is in fact deferred,
We
there'll be
hope that
2.
everybody is in attendance at that next meeting.
And it takes 5 affirmative,
Right.
no matter what, in either direction.
So for the record, this item will be continued to the October Historic Preservation Board meeting. The date is, I believe it's the 16th of October. October 16th.
And may I ask staff or the applicant to bring some non-distorted photos next time? Those are stretched really poorly. If you could just bring a couple of nice, clean photographs. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are moving on to our next item, which is case file COA SP 2025-17. This is an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 415 Aragon Avenue, a local historic landmark legally described as Lot 16 and west half of Lot 15, Block 7, Coral Gables Section B, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 5, page 11 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The application requests design approval to correct work without a permit with additions and alterations to the residence and detached garage and site work. So, Ms. Pernis.
Thank you. Skip through. All right. So this application requests design approval to correct work without a permit and with additions and alterations to the residence and detached garage and site work. Permitted in 1924, the single-family residence and detached garage at 415 Aragon Avenue were designed in 1924 by architect Frank Wyatt Wood and John Stabile, and was recently designated by staff during multiple stop work orders and work without permits and in concern of the future of the property. Since then, the homeowners have hired Mr. Poza to work with staff on a proposal to get the property back into compliance with an appropriate addition and future redevelopment of the site. And so I believe you all it actually was continued to a future meeting on the request of the property of the applicant today. And so you'll see photos within the application. Oops, let me go here. I don't know how far the presentation went that meeting, but just so you are all aware, here are some photos of the scope of the work without permits and how far the application had gotten. So there was a rear addition that started to be constructed at the backside, and there's further photos here. And I will clear Mr. Poza's name. He was not involved in any of this portion. So just before we begin, he's innocent on this side. So, staff was very concerned about how far this had gone and without any drawings, without knowing what engineering work was correctly done or not correctly done. And so there was red tags on the property. The front porch was, original turned columns were removed, and they were preparing the space to be enclosed with glass. So you'll see that there were sills added, and the porch, the columns were destroyed during that process. I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Poza present his proposal today, and then we'll go over the staff report. They have everything on their.
Yeah. So hopefully you've had the opportunity to look at the drawings, and we can go back to them as need be. But I would like to say something because I think it's very important. I've been working in Coral Gables for 45 years and probably done at least a dozen historical projects, renovations. And never has a project gone so wrong as this one. From its inception to a week ago. Originally, I took on the project on I'll do research, I'll find out everything that's wrong, because it was a mess. So I interviewed code enforcement, I met with the building official, the city architect staff, and obviously with Anna at a historical department. So I saw all the issues, and I don't know, being a masochist, I decided to take on the project. So the project commenced, and originally met with historical, officially got the project. I started in what would be a year ago next week. So actually started officially, like I said, I did some research beforehand, and I started originally at November 21st. So when I first contacted Anna, we met, we discussed the possibility of the property being a cottage. It met all the requirements except for one, which one is enough when you come to a cottage. The lot is too wide, it's 150 feet rather than 100. So Anna went ahead and she forwarded the initial staff report, so I got very familiar with it and started working on it. So first, came up with my design solution. That was approximately middle of December. So I contacted Anna, and I'm sorry I'm using Anna, but we're friendly. So the director, I apologize. So I contacted the director, and she was ready to meet with me, with her schedule and so forth. So at the end of the year, 12/30 was my first meeting with Anna. So Anna had some comments, like always. They're always going to have comments. So I tweaked the design, had the comments, and went back to her on the 8th. So January 8th, we met again, and I submitted drawings for approval. Now, remember, the situation is that when staff figures that the design is acceptable to them in broad strokes and minor details and so forth, muttons, this, that, whatever, height here, height there, as long as the Board of Architects approves it, the reason why they give you the go-ahead, I mean, that's the way it's been historically. As long as they give you the go-ahead, and as long as you do what the Board of Architects says, they're pretty much comfortable with it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have signed off. So on January 31st, it was okay for the board, and eventually it went to the board middle of February. I'll have some regarding all this stuff. So come along middle of February, Board of Architects has comments, and I have the package here to pass out. So you get a little more familiar. This has not been a take it or leave it on my thing, a take it or leave it on anybody. Everybody has been involved, and everything has been addressed that everybody has requested until a certain point henceforth. So went to the board once, they had comments, I fixed everything, went back, Board of Architects had some more comments, so I went back to the board, back to the drawing board, designed a few things, took care of the things, went back to the department said, you know what, it's better now. Yeah, take it back, go ahead, take it back to the board. Finish those drawings on February 20th and went back to the board. Staff doesn't obviously sign off right away. They look at what you did, they, whatever, they do their thing, life gets in the way, other issues. So I went to a board on March 20th. So went back to the board. The board then had a couple more comments. It's been drastically changed in this process, and staff has been, well, wrong word. And Anna And that's key. And Anna was involved. And I'm not putting her down, I'm praising her right now. Anna was involved. Okay, so March 27th, drawings are done. It goes to the board on April 10th. It really went to the board on April 10th for what ends up being almost an administrative thing. That in all my times to the board, maybe a Board of Architects, at least 100 times, I was there for 3 minutes, and they approved it. There was 2 issues I had to address: a 3-point arch on the carport, a little manipulation on the master suite parapet wall, and the reason why it actually went, because otherwise the city architect could have taken care of that they had forgotten to give me the allowable 10% of additional lot coverage as an incentive for historical projects. I was only getting, like, asking for 2%, and that was because of a connector that had to be made on, from the detached garage to the new house. If I can, and Anna, here is your copy.
Is that the one they have?
Hmm?
Is that what they have?
No, they don't have it. This is the process up to the board. They're dated at the bottom on when the drawings were submitted and when the drawings were actually seen by the Board of Architects.
Thank you.
So it shows the progression. It shows the red line of each of, it shows the red line of each of the reviewers or each of the attempts of going to the board. And at the last page, it has the comments of what had to be done in order for me to get a passing grade for the board.
So there were 3 iterations, Mr. Poza? Three iterations?
There was 3 iterations, and obviously the one with the last date was the one that was approved, which is the one that
we see.
Anna has, and the one that the report is based on. So, little more history. Anna goes on maternity leave. And now the interim director, that was in the couple of meetings ago, it was the June 12th meeting. So the June 12th meeting, I don't really want to play attorney here, although I might sound like one. It's just a total frustration on my part. On June 12th, the meeting is set. That was a Thursday, one of the rare Thursday meetings the Historical Board has ever had, at least from my point of view. So on Friday, the interim director calls me. We know who the interim director was when Anna was out. She calls me on Friday and says, Albert, let me know, what is this project? I'm not familiar with this project. I haven't seen these drawings. I never even seen the board meeting, other than the last one, which was, I saw it through Zoom from my office, and it was just about the additional square footage. Explain to me, what are you doing here? What are you doing there? What are you doing here? What are you doing there? And he says, okay, all right, fine, Friday. I get an email from the interim director Sunday night. Can I give you a call Monday? I need to discuss this because I don't think I'm able to approve it. I have a lot of comments. And I go, what? 3 times to the board? Anna has signed off? And now she says, I actually will approve it, but I'm going to have 17 conditions. 17 conditions. I read the conditions. The conditions is throw the drawings away, forget about my year of work, or at the time, 9 months, and start over. So luckily, today is D-Day. Luckily, I had the ability to defer to see if the director would be around so that she could more or less clarify the situation with that initial report back in June. So what happened is, I took the low attendance. It was a very hard thing. So it was, 5 votes out of whatever it was, 7. I thought my chances were impossible. So here I am today because Anna was out last month. So I'm going to take you now a little bit, and I really apologize, I'm going a little long, to the actual report that Anna wrote for this meeting.
Present your proposal first.
My proposal first?
Yeah, they need to know what you're doing.
Okay.
And just to save a little bit of time, right, because there are 17 comments, but I would say that the bulk of them are pretty much kind of no-brainers, right? To me, the ones that are real issues are 14, and 17.
Yeah, so
right?
since, and just if I can jump in real quick, since that, since I've returned, I reviewed the staff report that was issued in June, and I did amend some of it. So there were things that I did work with Mr. Poza on that, we're a staff of 3 people, so we are not always on top of one another. We can't be 3 people on one project. So there were things that I had worked on with Mr. Poza that I did clarify within the amended staff report, and I'm okay with the citing of the addition. But again, I just want you to kind of go through the description of the project, and then maybe we can
take us to the project. But if you could, Mr. Poza, if you could focus on those comments 1, 2, 14, and 17, which kind of are the ones that deal with things. If you're in agreement with the other ones.
Yeah, if you're okay with the other ones. I think the ones that you raised.
I'm in disagreement with 1, 2, 13, 14, 16, and 17.
Okay.
Because basically what that does, literally, I am not kidding you.
Sorry, Mr. Poza, if you could just make your presentation, because we don't know what you're opposed to. Can you just run through what you're doing, and then we could talk about them? Do you mind? Because we reviewed it, but we'd love to see the presentation.
How does this work?
This is the laser pointer, and then down here is just go to the next slide.
Okay. Here's the site plan. So you see the carport is detached like it should be from the house. It's moved back 9 feet from the front of the house. There's a...
Could we please speak into the microphone? I'm sorry, just for the record.
Yeah, you could point into that a little. It'll go through.
Okay, so the carport, here the carport is detached from the house, moved back 9.5 feet from the house. It's, then this is the master suite, a covered terrace in the back, a connector to the garage. By the way, the garage is not usable. It never was and never was intended to be. Here's the driveway. You have to maneuver the car through here and go through this, which is the door. Unless you have a little, one of those smart little vehicles, there's no way you can get in the garage. Nobody. Not the world's greatest driver. It's impossible, and I think that in one of our meetings, we agreed, sorry, that that was the case. Okay. All right, so the plan is there. There was a comment that the carport should be 3-sided. The carport is already 3-sided. You got, and it shows up 1 side, 2 side, 3 sides open. One of the suggestions is to detach the carport from the master suite. And one of the suggestions in here, and I have a handout to give you, there's a inferred, because it's just an L-shaped parapet, there's an inferred. I'm sorry. Okay, right in here, right there, there's an L-shaped little parapet that rises, and it's a feature of the home. On purpose, the carport is detached, not only to give presence to the original historic building, but to expose that parapet. There's a connector from the garage, from the carport, a connector into the house. That the connector is as low as it could be, because one of the comments was, or at least in conversation, was to lower the connector. The connector cannot be any lower unless we change the zoning code and unless we have some sort of supernatural structure. I'm matching the height of the ceiling inside. I'm giving minimal structure, maybe 2x8s or 3x6s or something, and I'm putting the required parapet on a flat roof that the zoning code requires. But nevertheless, because of the separation of the carport, you can still see that feature, which is a big issue with the suggestions. Right. There was a comment also. Oh, down.
What suggestion were you just talking about?
Yeah, because I don't see anything asking for lower.
Yeah, so within
I
the
don't see
staff
that.
report, there was a discussion at one point to look at the connector piece and either simplify it or lower it so it doesn't compete with that tower piece.
Does that exist now?
But, I'm sorry?
Does that suggestion exist
It's not
now?
within the conditions now. It was just to work with staff and study and maybe
why are we
remove.
talking?
So that's, oh, you're going too far. Okay. So I think if I may, maybe, wait, now we're, how far did you go? So there were some discussions within the staff report that I think that Mr. Poza is discussing, and there were some things that had been mentioned at the initial review. So I put in, when I amended the conditions and some of the staff report, there are things like the number 1, to work with staff on the carport details and connector piece, and then had I known the discussion of like not being able to lower the height anymore due to the constructability of it or things like that, those are things that we would work on at the staff level to then say, okay, it doesn't work, maybe just take off the little cap that you have on the stucco on the parapet rather than have something that competes with it. So this was my intention. I think Kara's intention also when she first reviewed this is to get this application, we're happy with the location of the addition, the size of the addition, and those things with those smaller details to be worked out with staff to kind of help just clean it up and bring it back to complement the historic building. Like you saw, the building is in really poor shape. We don't want it sitting out any further, and Mr. Poza has put in the time to kind of go through a BOA 4 or 5 times, like you mentioned, and then come back here. I'm trying to think of looking at the conditions that he had mentioned. So like number 1, I think he talked about some of the details with the carport and the constructability of being able to lower that piece. If that's the case, then we understand. And, like I said, it could just be more of how it's treated decoratively than it is structurally.
Staff is okay with the height of that connector. It's only an issue of the trim piece.
Right. Yeah, that's why I was like, just to figure out a way to simplify it. For number 2 that he mentions, the front porch is to remain open and unclosed. The concrete added at the top of the porch floor is to be removed, and the iron railing to replicate the original is to be returned. So similar to the previous case, staff is very consistent with recommending against enclosing an original front porch. So that's where I think you wanted to discuss the enclosure.
The original front porch and meeting with the staff, it was okay. What I'd done differently than the previous one, the frame of the windows is behind the column. You don't see any frame whatsoever. It's the clear glass that's been approved in my projects in the past. Donna addressed that. And we have what was also in the previous one, the horizontal rail at the back then railing height of 30 inches.
Rosa, you have great drawings. Can you show them? Because
Oh, here.
you're just talking.
So here on the elevation, you see the clear glass, the turned column, and the horizontal muntin at the railing height that would be appropriate for the period. It's not the 42 or 36 inch that we have nowadays. So another item that was brought about was the front little area here.
The hood.
On the hood there. So the original hood was concrete with some sort of a frame and stucco surrounds. Right now, with the condition of that wall and the existing footings, you cannot cantilever with the deterioration of that, unless we reconstruct that whole area, you can't cantilever those concrete horizontal dowels or whatever. And so what the Board of Architects suggested was do it out of frame, do it with wood or whatever, a decorative wood, or even if you go ahead and do it with a precast or something, but then cover it in a lighter material that would be the stucco, and they suggested the copper surround. If that's not appropriate, then we would just remove it and put an awning, or nothing at all.
So I think the comment that he's talking about is number 13, is provide construction details and sections of the front door hood, work with staff to ensure it is a replication. If this cannot be achieved, the elements should be eliminated rather than adding a conjectural feature. So,
Yeah,
but I think that that's exactly what you're saying, is that it's not constructive. If you can't construct it, then you'll put something that's
Right.
a regular awning, which is.
I think if I design something, it's not going to last. And if it lasts, it's not going to meet zoning code, because it means it's going to be lightweight, it's going to be some sort of framing, some sort of a plywood cut membrane or something or other. It's not going to last. So comment number 14, which was the height of the master bedroom in the back, which is this. You see now, and if you didn't see it in the earlier versions, there's some sort of detailing. There's some sort of detailing on the parapet wall. Before it was straight across, the Board of Architects said not to work on the parapet, do some detailing on it. So the middle was raised and the top was left high. The height of that area has to do with the rear of the property, which is this in here. There's some existing structure in the house that was done without permit. So I am bypassing, I am going over that structure, hiding it with the terrace. There's a terrible beam. It's part of this situation here and that, and it continues on further. You could see it in this picture there. They have a cantilevered beam, unheard of in historical properties. So I'm basically putting an exposed beam in front of that, and once the height reaches that beam, I go horizontally with a roof to basically hide that beam. That produces a certain height that the covered terrace with the slope of the house goes up high, and it gives me a certain height to a parapet. It's not my doing, it's just that it's a big issue to knock down all those beams. I'm not even using them for structure. Right now, they're just there, they're just bones, and I'm hiding them because they're ugly as hell. And that's what I've been doing. So 16, original garage door to be recessed. The reason why it's recessed is because it was at one point a garage door, and now if you fill it in with 8-inch block, you can't really recess it. I would have to build a whole new foundation for that whole wall, a whole new beam structure to cap off that new concrete wall or block wall, tie beam on top of it, etc. What I can do is make some sort of a score or a stucco reveal to simulate what would have been a garage door.
Staff would be okay with that.
Floor of the detached, number 17. I don't really know exactly how that floor works with flood elevation or crown of the road. That's an issue that I haven't gotten involved in, quite frankly. I don't do a lot of detailings on my plans until they get approved. Once they get approved, they probably have too much detail. But beforehand, why do details when you don't even know if you're going to get approved? I mean,
Well, yeah, but 17 is fairly important because the elevation of the floor level needs to be above the crown of the road. That's pretty simple.
No, it's pretty
to
simple.
determine, and then you figure out what the height is. And if you
Right.
end up with a 6-foot-high ceiling, maybe
then
there's an issue.
At that point, right now, it's not a garage. It's like it says in the report, the inside was redone by a previous owner.
Yeah, without a permit.
But do you have
Yeah,
a survey? Do you have a survey with that finished floor elevation?
The survey that I was given right now does not have elevations.
But that's an easy request from
Yeah,
the
yeah.
surveyor.
No, of course.
Because
Right.
if you actually end up having to raise that floor, so you need to raise the height of the ceiling,
Yeah,
then you have to come back to this board.
If I raise that, if I have to raise that floor, then it'll all be gutted out and it'll just end up being an empty space.
Yeah, the
a
concern
garage.
with staff is that typically if you do have to raise it, then you have to, create the ceiling height.
Yeah,
So
no,
then you have to raise the roof. But we've worked in the past with the building official on it for historic properties. So I think that's just a caveat of like, we're not in support of it if it's required by the building official. But sometimes the building official will consider it as a historic site and consider that that's going to be a major alteration to it and be okay with the existing finished floor. So it's just, we're protecting ourselves because it's not included in the plans, but it's so that once it gets to Manny and building official, then he could say, oh, well, it was included in here, and historic is concerned with having to raise the floor because then you have to raise, and it's structurally,
Yeah, the
a major
intention.
alteration.
Yeah, the intention is not to raise the parapet. If it's not able to be a habitable room with a meeting with building official, then it gets gutted out and goes back to an unusable garage. So
Okay.
I basically have, taken more time than ever. And in conclusion, which is really the gist of this, why would historical departments send me to the Board of Architects 3 times if they're going to ignore that I got approved by the Board of Architects after 3 times and did exactly everything they wanted? And I'm not going to toot my horn right now because I don't care about that. I'm too old for that being an issue right now. But I heard from a reliable source that after they were approved, they were incredibly receptive to the solution because they said from where this was from, which they said this is a person in the middle of Lake Okeechobee that can't swim at 2 o'clock in the morning, and they managed to get to the shore. it was impossible. They figured there was no way of fixing this. And they were, they said that everything was good. So if I have to move the garage, if I have to, the carport, if I have to detach the carport, if I have to do all these things, it's, why did I go to the Board of Architects? So that's where I leave it.
Thank you, Mr. Poza. I appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thanks for taking us through the various iterations.
Let me just, if I could, I apologize.
What are these?
This is basically what would happen if I follow the suggestions of the historical report.
But how could you do that when you haven't worked with staff on the items?
What?
How could you do that when you haven't worked with staff on the items? It's your interpretation of what we would recommend.
If I would follow, moving the
Oh, Mr. Poza. I've never seen this, just to let everybody know.
No, I know you haven't.
This was not timely submitted as part of the application, just for the record.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, this is my interpretation of what I have to do in order to satisfy the conditions. And in doing that, it's basically throw the drawings away and start over.
I'm not so sure we're quite there. I appreciate this, but I think you're not as far as you think. I think these are we'll discuss. Sure. I think your presentation is very clear. I think staff has amended, I think it may be reacting to the past report that has since been amended. It's been changed, and I don't think these changes are as drastic as you think they are. But we'll certainly discuss. So before we begin discussion, though, I would like clarification on what I'm very clear on all of them, but condition number 2, so beyond enclosing that porch, which we may or may not allow, there's another issue about the floor level on that porch.
If we could get the PowerPoint back up, I could show the condition.
So I do want to discuss that, right?
Yeah, so as part of the infill that was done without permits, they had created like a sill condition. No, they raised the entire floor, I'm so sorry. They actually infilled the porch and raised the floor. So that was one of the concerns of bringing that back to the original height and putting back the turned columns and restoring the open porch condition.
But there is an offset then, so if we ask them to restore that, there is a difference in elevation from the rest of the house to that porch, right? You're
Which
stepping
existed
down and back up.
originally,
Right.
because they were interior and exterior conditions.
Okay, thank you. All right, so does anyone else have any questions before we get into discussion? We can always bring them back, I guess, but let's do public comment. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to speak for or against this item, either in person or in Zoom?
And I did not receive any letters in advance.
Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public comments and then we'll open for further discussion and questions.
Okay, I can speak if.
Ms. Alvarez.
Okay, so it does seem like a lengthy list, but I think, thank you for your presentation. I broke it down and I think it's all very manageable, at least if it was my project. So comment 1 about the carport connector, I don't know if Anna wants to speak directly about that comment, because I'm okay with the way that it's proposed. Okay.
Yeah, no, I think what he had mentioned in the discussion today in his presentation about the beam and the constructability and not being able to lower it is understandable. We just didn't have that information. That's why we kind of just put work with staff on that.
No, and
If you don't want to include it, if the project is moving forward and you feel comfortable with the way it is proposed, you could always remove that condition or amend it to how you think is appropriate.
You should sit down.
Yeah, it wasn't a question, Mr. Poza.
No, I was just going to say something I forgot to say, but.
Go ahead, and then.
There was a comment that the windows in the addition did not have a sill, and to remove or to address the parapet. What I did was to differentiate the existing windows have a sill, the new windows in new areas do not, and new parapets have a band on top where the existing do not have one. Where I did make what isn't proper is that I said for the stucco to match existing. Now, the existing is extremely rough stucco, so the new would be smooth.
Thank you. Ms. Alvarez?
Okay. So then on the front porch, I agree with for it to remain open and revert back to its original condition. And I would encourage even shop drawings of the turned columns as part of the direction and staff recommendations. And I agree with the just scoring of the garage door, and which Anna mentioned was acceptable, and removing the front door hood if it's just not possible to construct it. I mean, so other than that, I feel like the rest, and of course the garage finished floor, I think that's simply getting the information from a surveyor, meeting with the building official and staff. So although it seemed quite lengthy, I think if you break it down, I think it's manageable. I realize it's been quite an effort to get it to where it is. And did you have to check the existing structure that you're working above, the existing
It will need to be submitted and reviewed by an engineer.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the, if I may address that, when I met with building official, one of the conditions of this is that I have to get forensics engineering,
Right.
do all sorts of testing, and then my structural engineer will determine if that information is good enough for him to use whatever structure is there that's new. Interior, there's not too much. Most of the stuff in the outside, I'm not even using. And it would either be used or not used depending on those reports.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions, comments, motions? Full comment. I think I agree with Ms. Alvarez. I think it's come a long way. I appreciate the work they've done. I think that the conditions, the way it seems like we're leaning to now, essentially don't change very much. You're not changing any of the layout. There is, I guess, we should discuss number 14, right? Number 14 is really the only one that we have not touched on, and that we need to discuss, either include it or not include it. But I think we should give directive on that, not leave it to staff.
Well, if I may, just because he did mention why the addition was built as high as it is to cover that existing beam that's there. I would say it's probably better to go a little bit over that beam than to try to include that beam, which is I think what you're trying to avoid. And then just maybe simplify the parapet so that it doesn't have the little bump ups in the corners. And then again, maybe we just remove the cap. And it's so you would just eliminate the corner pieces at the south facade rather than reduce the parapet height completely. I would be amenable to that if you all are.
To raising the center portion. 'Cause
Right, just having one height rather than it coming down and it not having to come down because it has nowhere to go with that beam behind it.
Right.
Yeah, that was just a reaction of the Board of Architects that they wanted me to make the up and downs. They didn't want a flat straight across.
Thank you. All right.
My comment, not for the architect, for the board, is the height of the railing on the porch. It says align with the height of the railing of the window on the inside. I don't think it's appropriate. I think the height is lower, not just because it's 6 inches lower than that piece. These muntins in the center were actually located probably at 30 inches, 36 inches, not at, it looks like it's pretty high here. So I would suggest, is there any old photographs of any kind that shows?
Sorry, are you talking about for the the porch to on the left side?
On the left.
So we're requesting that it remain open. So his proposal includes it enclosed with glass.
So there's no
Could you-
railing
sorry,
or
can we
frame
have
or
the
any
PowerPoint
kind?
up? Sorry. No. So there used to be an iron railing, simple iron railing, here. Oops. This is previous. They had started the work by removing the columns already.
So nothing, no bar, no,
So we're asking it to go back to how it was originally, which was,
which has a
railing on
has
one
a
of the
railing.
it has a railing, okay, right, but it doesn't have, I think you were looking
Except
at
I'm
the,
looking at the drawing that was presented.
right,
It has a
that's
line
why.
in the
So it has the
middle.
line in the middle, that's for the enclosure.
If we're gonna put the porch back at the right height, we should put the railing
Yes,
of the porch at the right height.
which this would be the wrong height too, because the floor height is also raised. So everything should come back down, like you're saying, to the
We
36.
have a photograph, Anna, Ms. Alvarez,
Yes, in the,
1940s?
COA report.
So the 1940s photograph shows a railing.
Yep.
That would be, I don't know if it's a condition or if it's clear as that is part of the porch detail.
yeah, we could include it in number 2, and just to clarify that to restore the original open porch condition and railing.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more discussion, we're looking for a motion.
Okay, I can try. Feel free to correct me if I miss anything. So I propose to approve the proposal with the, sorry, trying to open the COA again. With some variation on the staff comments. Approve with conditions, a design proposal for an addition and alterations to residence and site work at the property located at 415 Aragon Avenue. And,
And
you want me to read the whole?
And
everything?
approve?
And approve the.
And approve the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness with the conditions that I'll list now. I'll go one by one. So, number 1, in lieu of work with staff on the relocation of the carport connector, I suggest connector as shown on plans is acceptable. For the front porch to remain open per original, and also to build the original columns back and railings per original drawings. 3 is acceptable, which is a typical condition about the high-profile muntins. Door glass to be clear is number 4. Window sills to remain number 5. French doors with a higher kick plate, number 6. Roof tile, 2-piece, barrel tile, number 7. Low relief arch panel at French doors to remain, number 8. House to not be restuccoed its entirety, patching may occur with samples. That was number 9. 10 was the item about the turned columns to provide, I would add shop drawings required. 11, existing front door to remain. 12, details of restoration work to be provided. Number 13, provide construction details of front hood. I would suggest, I would reinforce the comment that if it's not buildable, it's okay without it, that a canvas awning would be acceptable. And 14, the parapet to be simplified as described by Anna, where you get a continuous height coming across to cover the beams beyond. Stucco, number 15, is to be distinguished from the existing residence. And we're almost there. 16, the recess on the stucco garage can be handled instead of a recess with a scoring. And number 17, to determine the finished floor at the garage and take appropriate action with the building official to determine whether it's acceptable. And then to that, I would add please keep staff informed on the forensics and assessment of the existing structure.
And just to clarify,
Yeah.
your, condition number 14, the original condition was to reduce the parapet height. We're not reducing, we're accepting the parapet at its height, but simplifying the expression at the.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll
Just
second
to
it.
clarify, I'm sorry, on number 8, you're including that the columns flanking the opening are to remain as well. Is that correct? Okay. thank
Yes,
you. Thank
yes.
you.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second, Ms. Alvarez and Ms. Spain. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ms. Everett? Yes. Ms. Shield?
Yes.
Ms. Dene?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Ponce?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
And Mr. Silva?
Yes, motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does he know what it is?
No.
Okay, yeah, we're going to take a quick 5 or 10 minute break.
Yeah, we need a 2
So
minute.
we are recessed for 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you. Yeah,
Just have one more in?
I think so.
It's all automated. This is, who made the motion? That's who seconded it.
Oh.
So, yeah, Callan made the motion, then Peter seconded it. And that's a yes or no. Excused and recused.
You ready, Amy?
Should have tried
Perfect. All right.
No, I couldn't.
All righty. All right, we are back. Thank you all very much. We're going to hear our next case. This is case file COA SP 2024-027, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 1258 Obispo Avenue, a contributing resource within the Obispo Avenue Historic District, legally described as lots 1 and 2, Block 3, Coral Gables, Section E, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 8, page 13 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The application requests design approval for the demolition of an existing residence. The applicant is claiming economic hardship. So before we begin, I think some of you all walked in late. If you would, if you haven't been sworn in, would you please rise and be sworn in? Anyone who was not sworn in before?
Anyone that
And is
will
going
be-
to speak?
Yeah, take the testimony.
I do. Thank you. And also before we begin, I think Ms. Throckmorton was going to say, give kind of background or a briefing.
Of course, thank you, Mr. Silva. Just given that this board hasn't seen an undue hardship application in, I think, over a decade, I wanted to give you all a brief refresher of the law and give a brief overview of what's in the code so that we can proceed to hear this application appropriately. So obviously, the decision as to whether or not to issue a special certificate of appropriateness for demolition of this property is for the board to make. The city attorney's office takes no position as to the merits of the issuance in this case, but I wanted to assist you in hearing this application and giving you a little bit of background on the legal issues related to evaluating the undue hardship applications and provide a brief background about this office's previous determinations. So one of the criteria to be considered in the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for demolition is whether the applicant has demonstrated that retention of the building, structure, or site would create an unreasonable or undue economic hardship. That is a defined term in the zoning code. The undue economic hardship is defined as an exceptional financial burden that would amount to the taking of property without just compensation or failure to achieve a feasible economic return in the case of income-producing properties. Our office has previously determined in memos that I believe Ms. Spain was around the last time this came around, that when evaluating whether a historic designation causes an undue economic hardship, such that a certificate of appropriateness for demolition should be issued, the claimed economic hardship should be evaluated under the standard that the U.S. Supreme Court has outlined in the Penn Central case. We don't have to get into all the details and legalities of those taking jurisprudence, but generally it requires that the adjudicating body evaluate the economic impact of the regulation on the claimant, and particularly the extent to which the regulation has interfered with distinct investment-backed expectations, as well as the character of the governmental action. That means that you should consider whether it amounts to a physical invasion or if it instead affects the property interest through some public program, adjusting the benefits and burdens of economic life to promote the common good. So the current jurisprudence on takings has found that diminution in property value standing alone doesn't generally constitute a taking. Designation of historic property is a valid exercise of the government's police power.
I'm sorry, Ms. Throckmorton, would you repeat that first line again?
Sure.
And a little more slowly.
So generally, it's very legal. Essentially, that what applies to this and what would apply in an appellate review is a taking standard. So the broad basis of that is given the language in our zoning code about whether or not that undue hardship is defined as an exceptional financial burden that would amount to the taking of a property without just compensation, that what applies to you all is the standard of takings law, which is a broad book of jurisprudence that's found in regulatory takings, physical takings, eminent domain. There's a whole law of takings that applies to that. But that generally, the way our code defines it is that it's a taking of a property without just compensation, or in the case of income-producing properties, a failure to achieve a feasible economic return. And that is the one of the prongs for consideration in the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for demolition. As we move on, I'm happy to answer any more specific questions, but I just wanted to broadly state that the way that it has been upheld in courts and the way that we have defined undue economic burden in our zoning code, undue economic hardship, excuse me, is in that realm of takings. And that's the sort of legal framework in which we are working here. I know there's some background information that's been provided to you that this item has come to you before. I'll let Ms. Pernas explain that and then let the applicant present their application for the SCOA.
Thank you. Ms. Pernas.
Yes. Anna Pernas, Preservation Officer. Just wanted to give a brief description because this application has been before the board for demolition and was previously denied. But this application is different because it is inclusive of the claim of undue economic hardship. So just a brief background on the property, and then I'll let the applicants present their proposal. In May 2008, the Obispo Avenue Historic District was listed in the Coral Gables Register of Historic Places. 1258 Obispo Avenue is considered a contributing structure within the district. In 2014, a special certificate of appropriateness was approved for a large one-story addition in the residence, and it was never built. Then the COA expired. In 2019, COA for additions and alterations to the residence and site work were approved, and multiple conditions by Historic Board. And again, that proposal was also never built. In July 2021, the board reviewed a request for the revision of the special certificate of appropriateness for the removal and replacement of the roof and floor framing due to the poor condition. A replica of the historic roof was to be built and the floor was to be replaced to a lower concrete slab. The board made no motion to defer the consideration of the revision and suggested that the structural engineer who was familiar with the residence be present and participate at the next meeting. The applicant did not return to the board and the proposal did not proceed. Soon after is when the property owners purchased the property in October 2021. Staff met with the applicants prior to the purchase of the property and explained the prior board reviews and outcomes. In December 2022, the Historic Preservation Board reviewed a request for the demolition of the existing structure. The Historic Preservation Board found that the proposed demolition is historically inappropriate, detracts from the integrity of the historic structure and the historic district, and is inconsistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. The board approved the motion to deny the application. The applicants did appeal that request, and the property owner submitted a notice of an intent to appeal to the board, to the city clerk. And on February 7, 2023, the property owner submitted the complete application. The City Commission heard the appeal on February 28, 2023, and the appeal hereby denied, and the decision of the historic was denied, and the Historic Preservation Board decision was affirmed by the City Commission. And since that decision was made, the applicant has been in touch with our office about the undue economic hardship application. We've been working with them for about a year or so to get the application complete, make sure that we had all the materials that we needed in order to review, to make a decision on whether it met the undue economic hardship requirements, and to see whether or not we would require a third-party review of those materials. We have moved forward with the application since, and we're here today to go forward with that, and I'll let the applicant take it from there.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Cesar Mestre. I'm here with co-counsel Oscar de la Rosa and the owners of the property, Javier Avila and Jennifer Ruiz. As staff said, they've been before you before, kind of asking for something very similar to what's happening now.
I'm sorry, could we get the presentation up? This is just the 1940s photo of the property, and then I'll let, so up to go next, back to go back, and then the laser pointers up here.
And what about the renderings?
Oh, it's in here. I think this starts here, so.
And that goes to the
sorry, I
others?
didn't know which one.
Huh? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be in the right order.
So we're here on the property, which is 1258 Obispo Avenue, owned by Javier Avila and Jennifer Ruiz. It's very important to realize that they purchased it in October of 2021. It's a 15,000 square foot property with a home that was built in 1946. It's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 1-story property. They purchased it in October 1st of 2021 for $1,025,000. Last year's taxes, this is part of what was submitted to the city, the taxes on that property were $30,000 last year. When Mr. and Mrs. Avila Ruiz decided to buy this property, they live in Coral Gables, they wanted to start a family, they wanted this to be their home. They met with Warren Adams here in the city to ask about the property and what was going on. There was no discussion at that time regarding the structural integrity of this property. As staff said, this property has already been approved for special certificate of appropriateness twice, one in 2014 and one in 2019. The one in 2019 was actually a pretty big addition, would make it almost 4,000 square feet. I ask you to keep in mind that although the owners at that time, and there's been 3 owners over the last 10 years, they never went forward with that. And you ask yourself, why? Why would they go through the trouble of coming here, doing all the applications, spending all the money, doing everything they need to do, and then not follow through with it? The building valuation is the land is worth $1.455 million, and the building is worth about $21,000. When my client decided to buy the house, after meeting with staff, finding out that they had these special certificates of appropriateness that were granted, they went to do the work. They hired contractors or brought contractors out, and that's when, to his surprise, he found out that the structural integrity of the property was not there. That not only was he looking at these additions as the expense, but that there was a serious problem with this house at that time. He found out that in these contractors coming out, and they had several, they started with, you don't just need this work, you need much more work. And it's so bad that the contractors told him, I don't even feel safe going in to do work on this side of the house because I'm afraid it's going to fall on me, cause problems. They were reluctant to even do the work that he needed to do because there was much more work that was needed than what was originally thought of. Let's see. Sorry. I got way ahead of myself. This is the bid for the repairs on just part of the repairs that they need. This is for the floors and the roof boards. This is $175,000. That was quoted to him at that time. This appraisal shows you that the appraised value of the property was $1,150,000. The prior historical structure form, this is from the city, and the part on the bottom reads as follows. This building, referring to the one that we're talking about, lacks sufficient architectural merit and historical import for individual local designation or National Register Historic Property listing, but it does contribute to the Obispo Avenue Historic District as an example of domestic architecture from the district's period of significance. So the city itself determined that this property, this individual property, is not historical, but it is part of the historic district. This slide shows you a report from professional engineer Antonio Canelas, dated February 24th, 2023, where he recommended that the home not be inhabited, the possible repairs necessary to restore the structural integrity of the house would over exceed the cost of new construction. So this professional engineer says, nobody should be living here. This is dangerous, and the cost of fixing this is going to cost you more than what this property is worth. This is just showing that the board does have the power and the authority to grant the demolition certificate of appropriateness. In your code, there is a section 8-107, which deals with demolitions. Section D is the criteria set forth for you to consider when discussing this type of matter. They have 1 through 8 is the criteria that they have. In staff's report, D1, it says, the degree to which the building structure, improvement, or site contributes to the historic district. One of the other criteria is this property, is this house a unique? Is it the last one that is this type of structure? And staff's own report says, no, this is not the last one. There are others. But at the same time, it says that this house will affect the historic district. And it says, this building is a contributing resource of the Obispo Avenue Historic District. Its removal would irreversibly and negatively impact the historic or architectural significance of the district. I took the time and I counted the district from avenue to avenue, and I counted approximately about 124 houses that are contained within that historic district. To say that this will, and I want to quote, irreversibly and negatively impact the district, I think it's necessary to see how many other structures there have the same type of architecture. How many of these structures were done by the same architect?
Excuse me, sir,
Yes.
just 1 minute. I would like to ask Mr. Osborne a question. So we are tasked with looking at this application in terms of economic hardship only, correct? We are not reevaluating the designation itself?
There are 8 criteria that should be considered. It's not one or all required, but there are the 8 criteria to be considered for demolition. This board has previously considered the 7 of the 8 because there was not previously made an argument for undue economic hardship. It is coming before you now to be considered with all 8 criteria.
All 8 again?
I believe so.
So in order for them to claim the undue economic hardship, it has to come to the board with a special certificate of appropriateness. So you are reviewing a special certificate of appropriateness for the demolition and the economic, and claim of undue economic hardship.
Thank you.
To the extent that there has been any change in position in any of those factors, I think they would be considered. It is essentially a de novo review of that COA. But the COA was previously denied when considering only those 7 other criteria.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for clarifying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm glad you cleared that up. Criteria number 2, it was determined that the building is not one of the last remaining examples of its kind in the neighborhood, in the county, or in the region. Criteria number 3, whether the loss of the building structure, improvement, or site would adversely affect the historic and/or archaeological integrity of the historic site or district. Again, here, the loss of the building would adversely affect the historic architectural integrity of the district and would result in one less contributing structure. Again, I think here it is extremely important to see there's one less, but out of the 124 houses, how many more are left that have the same type of structure? Number 4, whether the retention of the building structure improvement or site would promote the general welfare of the city by providing opportunity for study of local history. The response or the observation from staff was, as the building retains much integrity, it provides an opportunity for study of local history, architecture, design of that particular culture or heritage. Again, it's just a determination that this one, if this one structure goes, it's going to negatively impact the entire district, and we don't agree with that. On the reuse, which is your item number 5, your criteria, talks about plans for reuse of the property. I can tell you that the owner has got renderings that were made, and this is what they are proposing. They are trying to keep as much as possible, and I know that this was a very important item for them, the same type of style, which I believe is Mediterranean revival, with the property that's due. This is what they envisioned when they bought the property. This is what they would like to do there. But of course, that's all going to depend on your decision today. Number 6 in your criteria is whether the building structure improvement or site possesses an imminent threat to public health or safety. There have been photographs that were submitted with the letter of intent, which is part of the application, which show the condition of the property. Although my client, after he purchased it, they did repair some windows, they did some caulking, they tried to do some Band-Aid damage to keep the water intrusion from occurring. But it has holes in the floor, it has holes in the roof. It's eaten by termites, all the trusses need to be replaced, the floors need to be replaced. There's, he told me there's a picture showing like a cinder block that's holding up part of the house. So our position, and what I would argue to you, is that this property, although it has not been officially declared an unsafe structure, we do have the engineer's report that says nobody should be living there. This is a nuisance, and this is an actual danger to the community. We know that children like to go into empty houses. I believe that this is a danger, and it is a public necessity to demolish this house. The economic hardship. The property was purchased for $1,025,000. The interest payments on this property are $99,000 a year. The taxes for the last year were $30,000. There's a list that has been submitted with estimates of all of the items that would need to be repaired in order to bring this property, this 1,300 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1-bath house into compliance and up to date. And it would be in excess of $650,000. So I argue to you that in his eyes, in his financial situation, in his inability to use this property because of the cost that it would cost to bring it up to par, it is a taking, because he has not been able to use this property since 2021. He's been paying for it, he's been paying the upkeep, he's been paying $5,000 a year to cut the grass, but he is unable to use it and can't even get anybody to go in there to fix it because they're afraid this is going to fall on them and it's going to be a hazard. Again, criteria number 8, that there's a compelling interest. I repeat to you, I believe this is an eyesore, dangerous to children, dangerous to the community. Interesting, again, there was a house, there was a house located directly east. This is a corner house. The second house from the corner was demolished, and it is under construction. They are almost finished with that. So that house was either partially or fully demolished, and it was our neighbor's house. There has been, as I told you, 3 owners since 2013. The first sale was $260,000 in 2013. The second sale was 2017 was $750,000, and then my client bought it in 2021 for $1,025,000. If you noticed when staff was telling you the background, the prior owner came here, I believe in July of 2021, before this board. And this board deferred the item, saying, we want you to come back, but come back with the structural engineer. Instead of coming back here, that gentleman or whoever the owner was, instead of coming back here with the structural engineer as he was asked to do, he turned around and sold it to my client. He bought it 4 months later for a lot more money than what he had paid for. So although he had permission to do the additions, requested to come here because he wanted to change the special certificate that he had, he never came back with the structural engineer. That is the big, big problem, which has nothing to do with my client's conduct. The property is falling apart, literally. It is structurally unsound, and it's going to cost way too much money to make this make sense. So in conclusion, we would ask you to find that we have met the undue economic hardship criteria, that based on the facts as I have presented them to you, it doesn't make any economic sense to do what he needs to do to make this property up to par, that this is a taking in the sense that they have been unable and will continue to be unable to use the property in any fashion because it is uninhabitable and no contractor is willing to go out there and do the work. Allow us to do what our neighbor did and allow us to demolish the property. We respectfully ask you for a vote of approval. If you have any questions for me or my client or co-counsel, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Does anyone on the board have a question?
Let me do my, if I may, to the staff report. All right. So as mentioned previously, the demolition, when considering requests for demolition, a structure with historic district, the following sections of the code apply, and staff comments have been provided below. So if you want to follow on page 3 of your staff report, I'm going to read through each one. I know it's a little time consuming, but it's important for it to be on the record. I also want to state that this was considered in previously, and these are the same conditions that were discussed and the same comments that were discussed within that staff report, besides some updates that were just more of like the timing didn't align. But, and I'll go through and discuss that, but there has been no significant change to the building that has altered its significance in the historic district. Staff still recommends denial of the special certificate of appropriateness for the demolition. This is still a contributing structure within the historic district that should be restored and salvaged. And as mentioned, no alternative plans have been submitted since at least the last 2 years. The application was previously denied. So as per section 8-107 of demolition, staff, there's an A, let me go, sorry, to this item. So there's certain criteria that is going to be listed, and I'll just go to section D, which is in addition to all the provisions of this article, the board shall consider the following criteria in evaluating applications for special certificate of appropriateness for demolition of designated properties. The degree to which the building structure improvement or site contributes to the historic and or architectural significance of the historic site or district. The building is a contributing resource within the Obispo Avenue Historic District. Its removal will be irreversibly and negatively impact the historic and architectural significance of the district. No change has been made to that condition, those comments. Whether the building structure, improvement, or site is one of the last remaining examples of its kind in the neighborhood, in the country, or the region. This building is not one of the last remaining examples of its kind in the neighborhood, the county, or the region. This could be applied to many structures, the same comment. Number 3, whether the loss of the building structure, improvement, or site would adversely affect the historic and/or architectural integrity of the historic site or district. The loss of the building would adversely affect the historic and architectural integrity of the district and would result in one less contributing structure. Number 4, whether the retention of the building structure, improvement, or site would promote the general welfare of the city by providing an opportunity for study of local history, architecture, and design, or by developing an understanding of the importance and value of particular culture and heritage. As the building retains much of its integrity, it provides an opportunity for study of the local history, architecture, and design, and by developing an understanding of the importance and value of the particular culture and heritage. Number 5, whether architectural plans have been presented to the board for the reuse of the property if the proposed demolition were to be carried out, and the appropriateness of said plans to the character of this historic site or district, if applicable, and demonstrations as well as the posting of a bond requirement that were sufficient funds in place to carry out such plans. The applicant has not provided plans for reuse of the property as part of this application. Whether the building, structure, improvement, or site poses an imminent threat to the public health or safety. The building does not pose an imminent threat to the public health or safety as it has not been determined to be an unsafe structure. Whether the applicant has demonstrated the retention of the building, structure, improvement, or site would create an unreasonable undue economic hardship as described in section 8-115. The applicant is claiming that, and I will go over those criteria once I get through these items. And number 8, whether there is a compelling public interest requiring the demolition. There is no compelling public interest requiring the demolition, as demolition would negatively affect the historic district. As mentioned, these are the same 8 criteria that were considered in the previous application that was rejected by the Historic Preservation Board and upheld by the City Commission. As for the undue economic hardship, the claim for undue economic hardship may only be asserted in conjunction with an application for Historic Resources Department with an application for a special certificate of appropriateness in accordance with section 8-106, which shall be considered by the Historic Preservation Board at public hearing. So that's why we're here today with the special certificate for the demolition. At a minimum, the applicant shall provide at the time of the application the following information for all property. 1, the amount paid for the property, the date of purchase, and the name of the previous property owner. The property was purchased from Mr. Igor Nunez on October 1st, 2021 for a total of $1,025,000. See executed seller's documents and property appraiser information attached. Number 2, the assessed value of the land and all improvements thereon according to the 2 most recent Miami-Dade County property assessment records. See documents attached titled Miami-Dade Property Appraiser 09-10-25. I tried to be clear on the attachments just because I know there's a lot to go through, so I don't know if you could follow with that, what's on the application online. Number 3, the real estate taxes for the previous 2 years. The applicant had provided copies of the property taxes for 2021 and 2022. The annual debt service, if any, for the previous 2 years. No copies were provided. As per an email from the property owner, the home is financed under a hard money personal loan. Therefore, they do not have a bank statement to offer. Number 5, all appraisals obtained with the previous 2 years by the property owner or applicant in connection with the purchase, financing, or ownership of the property. No copies were provided. As per an email from the property owner, they do not have the appraisals prior to the purchase. Number 6, any property sale listings of the property for sale or rent, price asked, and offers received, if any. Please see the document attached titled Zillow Listing History. The property has been on and off the market multiple times over the last few years. According to Zillow, the latest listing was advertising a 44,550 square foot home, a 5-bedroom, a 6-bath, for approximately $2,395,000. The existing building located at 1258 Obispo Avenue is approximately 1,350 square feet, 2-bedroom, 1-bath. In an email, the applicant confirmed that the property is currently not for sale. When it was on the market, the owners did receive 2 offers for $2,200,000, but they fell through as soon as they spoke with the city during due diligence period. No backup materials were provided. Number 7, any consideration by the property owner as to profitable adaptive uses for the property. No consideration as to profitable adaptive uses for the property have been evidenced by the property owner or the applicant. And number 8, 2 appraisals completed by 2 separate state of Florida certified appraisers completed within 6 months of the application submittal. So the applicant did provide 3 appraisals dated from 2023 to 2024. Let me skip over this. So I'll kind of go over the conclusion, just to wrap up and have it on the record again. This is an application presents request design approval for the demolition of an existing residence. The applicant is claiming the undue economic hardship. The house is a contributing resource within the Obispo Historic Avenue Historic District. The demolition of any contributing resources will result in a negative and irreversible impact to the district, as a contributing resource will be lost. After reviewing the evidence provided by the applicant, Historic Resources Department staff has determined that the claim for undue economic hardship has not been substantiated. Further, staff concludes that the request for the demolition of the structure should be denied due to this determination. Article 16, the definitions of the Coral Gables zoning code, defines undue economic hardship as an exceptional financial burden that would amount to the taking of a property without just compensation or failure to achieve a feasible economic return in the case of income-producing properties. When addressing claims of undue economic hardship, one has to determine whether or not the level of economic impact rises to the level of economic hardship. A historic designation or denial of a certificate of appropriateness application may have an economic impact on a property owner, but is it severe enough to become an economic hardship? In all claims of undue economic hardship, the burden of proof rests entirely on the applicant. As listed above, many of the materials requested had not been provided, and staff does not believe the criteria have been met. Economic hardship is generally accepted as being consistent with the taking of the property. The legal standards for an unconstitutional regulatory taking requires property owners to establish that he or she has been denied all reasonable beneficial use or return of the property as a result of the Commission's denial of a permit for alterations or demolition. There's an attachment as a resource for you all to look at as a reference. In 2019, a special certificate of appropriateness for additions and the alterations to the structure was reviewed and approved by the Historic Preservation Board. This addition would have allowed a 3,859 square foot addition to the existing 1,000, and to correct, the house is 1,546 square feet. And no other plans for renovation, restoration, or adaptive use of the property have been submitted since. Historic preservation case law has strongly taken the stance that the property owner is not entitled to the highest and best use of the property. What has been consistently legally upheld is that there is no undue economic hardship or taking if the property can realize a reasonable return on investment and whether a viable use of the property remains. Does a viable use for the property remain? Yes. The property remains viable as a single-family home. The owners can continue to use the property as a single-family residence with the historic designation in place, and if the demolition request is denied. It is feasible that alterations could occur, but no such consideration had been given to the residents. The City Commission has adopted the ad valorem tax exemption incentive for property owners that would allow tax exemptions for the restoration, renovation, and rehabilitation of historic properties. The exemption shall apply to 100% of the assessed value of all improvements to the historic properties which result from the restoration, renovation, and rehabilitation made on or effective date of this article. This would help ease the economic burden the applicant is claiming. Without the economic hardship claim, there is no compelling reason to approve the demolition of the residence. As stated before, there has been no evidence presented that supports the need to demolish the property due to any material defect in the property. As noted above, it is the opinion of staff that the request meets only 2 of the 8 criteria in Section 8-107D, demolition of the sitting code, and pursuant to this section of the code, the board shall consider the criteria. As further noted above, it is the opinion of staff that based on the structural report, the structure suffers from 7 of the 10 defects in 8-108-B1, demolition by neglect of the city code. The applicants have been aware of these conditions since 2021 and no repairs have been made. Therefore, based on the above, and the demolition is inconsistent with the Secretary standards and will result in the negative irreversible impact of the Obispo Avenue Historic District. The structural report indicates the structure can't be repaired and the request is not consistent with the requirements of the code. Staff recommends the following: a motion to adopt staff's finding and report and to find the application has not demonstrated the requirements for a special certificate of appropriateness for the demolition of the property, and to sorry, I'm reading it, got off track. Demonstrated this needs to be reworded. I apologize because now I'm looking at it, but so the first portion of the motion is that the staff does not, to reject the claim for undue economic hardship, and a motion to deny the special certificate of appropriateness for the demolition. And that completes mine.
Thank you, Ms. Prentice. Does anyone on the board have any questions for the applicants? Now I'm going to open up the public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak for or against? Or on Zoom as well? And I know we have some letters that were distributed to us as well.
Yeah, I could go ahead. We did receive letters of support of staff's recommendation to deny the demolition. These were from Corella Carbonell on behalf of the HPACG, Mr. Brett Gillis, Ms. Zuli Pardo, and Ms. Vicky Cerda.
Is there anyone on Zoom? Nope. Okay, so seeing no one from the public, I'm going to close the public hearing and open for board discussion. Questions, comments?
So I did have a question for the applicant, sorry. And says that I didn't catch your last name, although I caught your first name.
Mestre.
Mestre. So can I get confirmation on two things, please?
Yes.
One, the home was purchased in October of 2021.
Correct.
Three things. The structure report from Mr. Canellis, there was a second one, is from November of 2021 through December of 2021.
The one from Canales that I showed you on the presentation?
Yeah, there were two, but there was one before that purchase, but there was one subsequently by the homeowner, by the new homeowner, was November, December of 2021.
No, I have February 24th, 2023. The one by Antonio Canales.
There's not another one from 11/25/21 through 12/03/21?
I know there's one from before he purchased.
Well, there was one included in the application for the demolition in 2021 by Mr. Canellis, so there was a report included there that was dated from 2021.
And it was addressed to whom?
Let me find it.
This is the problem of having paper. Ms. Pedernaz.
It's here somewhere.
So to whom? What's the name?
Javier Avila.
Right, is that the applicant? Is that the new owner?
Correct.
Yes, yes it
So
is.
that the new owner received a structure report from Mr. Canellis a month after he purchased the home?
Correct.
Okay. And then the third one, it's one of the items says there was no appraisal prior to purchase, or we weren't provided with an appraisal prior to purchase. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Associated with the purchase.
Okay, so those three confirmed. It was purchased in October for a certain amount of 2021. There was no appraisal prior to the purchase, and the structure report was begun, I don't know if it was commissioned, and provided between November and December of that year, 2021.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then one question for Ms. Pedernaz is, subsequent to the October 2021, notwithstanding this application, has there been any COA application from this applicant to the Historic Preservation Board?
No.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Garcia-Ponce, just to correct, there was a previous COA for demolition.
No, he was saying between 2021 and today, right?
Correct.
Correct, there was an application.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
Demolition.
There was the one that was denied.
Board, right, sorry, I took it as that denial. Since then, there's been none.
So I'll rephrase the question. Since that application, has there been another COA application?
There has been no other COAs requested from the applicant.
Has there been a COA application since 2021 for anything other than demolition?
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Ebert?
So this house was purchased in 2021. Has anyone ever lived in this house or done any repairs or nothing? And there was no home inspection before you bought it?
Ms. Ebert, if I can ask that we have anybody who's answering questions,
Yeah.
please come up to the dais so that the record is clear about who's answering which questions.
I'm sorry.
Address it to Mr. Mesker.
And just state your name and address.
What was your question, ma'am?
My question was, so you purchased this property without any home inspections before you purchased it?
Correct, because the intention was to do the addition that was pre-approved by the city. Javier Avila.
The chair. Have there been any, is there an appraisal available that is 6 months, within the last 6 months?
So we've provided to the Historic Preservation Office multiple appraisals. I don't know when was the last one, but I think we've done like 4.
Yeah, I
I
believe
have 21 and 23, or?
there's one from May 2024. I will say this has been a process of getting the materials in, so it was within the submittal. At the time of the submittal of the application, it was within the 6 months, but since scheduling the hearing, it's a little bit off. So the
So
most.
one of them was within 6 months?
Yes, yeah, so most of the most recent one that you had included was May 2024.
Okay. And one more question. There were quite a few repairs recommended in the inspection report of December of '21. Have any of those been accomplished? The tenting, the subfloor, the walls, the roof?
No, ma'am. That's why I'm here, economic hardship.
All right.
I just have a clarification for the attorney, I think. You were reading from this historic structural form, and you said at the very end, it says, this building lacks sufficient architectural merits and historical import for the individual local designation.
Correct.
Or to be put on a national listing, but it does contribute to the Obispo Avenue Historic District as an example of domestic architecture from the district's period of significance. That does not mean that it's not historically significant. In fact, that last portion of that means that it is historically significant. It just means it's a contributing structure within a historic district. So all of the advantage of historic preservation, the ad valorem application, all of that is equivalent to it being individually designated. It just doesn't qualify for individual designation. I just need to make sure you understood, and anybody reading these transcripts would understand that this building is historically significant as a contributing structure.
Correct. I just wanted to point out that it wasn't individually
That's right. Okay.
considered, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Avelani. Is there any other questions or any other discussion before we open this up for a motion?
So one question for Ms. Peronas. When you were reading the staff recommendation for the proposal, you said for the motions, you said there was a discrepancy of some kind?
I'm trying to go. So a motion to adopt the staff's findings and report and to find the applicant has not demonstrated undue economic hardship.
Mr. Garcia Pons, we would like a motion on the undue economic hardships and as well as a motion on the certificate of special SCOA for demolition. So it may be helpful to, because you could issue an SCOA without making a finding of undue hardship, so you can make 2 separate motions on each separate issue.
So the first one is about the demolition and the economic hardship, and the second one is the COA stuff and design.
So one is finding whether or not that criteria is met for undue economic hardship. The second is finding, regardless of what you find about the economic hardship, if you think that there should be a SCOA for demolition. Because you could find an SCOA for demolition, whether or not you find there's an undue economic hardship based on those other criteria.
Correct. So we're recommending that you reject the claim for undue economic hardship and deny the special certificate of appropriateness for the demolition.
Based on all the criteria.
Right, and the staff report.
And the staff report.
Okay, I also think that we should point out that there has been approved by this board in previous applications, large additions to this property. So it's certainly, you're able to do additions on the lot, and that this board has approved them. So it's not a situation where it's so oddly situated on the lot that it's hard to do an addition.
I do want to bring up, so we're looking at 8 different conditions. One second, so there's 7 that were considered previously to this, right, in relation to the certificate of appropriateness. I don't see that anything has really changed on those original 7, right? The house is still the house. It's still a contributing structure within the district. That had been decided. It had been appealed, and the appeal was denied as well. So I don't, on those 7, I'm very comfortable with proceeding on those 7, that those are still in place and still hold true. Mr. Avila.
Let me explain something to all you guys. So when I purchased this house, there was never an intent to demolish anything. Okay, I think in an email that we got from Anna, it said that I knew about the structural issues prior to purchasing the house, and that is completely untrue. If you go back to the transcripts from the previous meeting with the commission, Warren Adams made it very clear that in my meeting with him, it was about 2 things: colonial grids and changing the French doors in the back to sliding glass doors. There was never a talk about demolishing anything, because I didn't know at the time that I had a problem. So when we're talking about economic hardship, we're talking about the cost to repair the existing structure supersedes the value of the structure. At least that's what I've been told all this time that the economic hardship means. Or am I wrong, or am I right? Can somebody explain to you? Because I'm going to be honest, I don't think anybody in here, including Ms. Pernis, knows the real true meaning of the economic hardship. I think we're all kind of learning as we go right now. So let's figure this out, because my understanding of what I've been told is that the economic hardship is the cost to repair the existing structure is worth more. It's more than the structure itself.
It's a taking that deprives one of all reasonable use of the property.
Okay.
That would be one way to look at it.
Okay, so just to fix the structural repair, forget about subflooring, forget about flooring, forget about electrical, plumbing, paint, stucco, drywall, forget about all that. Just the structural repair, I'm at $100 and something thousand. That's already worth more than the structure itself. So I don't, listen, you guys are going to vote however you want. I already know how this is going to go. I just wanted to share that with you, and best of luck to all you guys.
I do want to clarify that in the report where it does say that the applicants did meet with Warren Adams or previous staff prior to the purchase, I did not mention the condition of the building. I wasn't aware that Warren even knew the condition of the building. I'm not sure if he even stepped foot in the side of the building. So it was just I knew that they had a meeting and discussed the procedures and the previous approval of the property.
And to address your point, Mr. Avila, I don't think that the undue economic hardship is a simple equation like that. It's not this. The property appraiser says that building is worth $20,000 and the repairs are $175 structural. I get it. And that is less than that. Therefore, there is economic hardship. That's not how the ordinance is written, nor is it how it's meant to be interpreted. And Ms. Throckmorton, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct. And this past, when we've had undue economic hardship applications, this board has considered things like the value of the property after the repairs are constructed, and look at appraisals for homes that have been repaired, and looked at comparable homes and those appraisals. So yes, I think Mr. Nish summarized the jurisprudence about takings. It's a broad and vague standard. I understand that. It's not a simple math equation, which can make it very difficult for people to predict what is and is not an undue economic hardship. And I completely sympathize and understand that. Yes, I'm happy to answer any other specific questions.
And I think that, it being a regulatory taking, and whether or not the property has any additional uses, is we've kind of already proved that there has been other options of how the property can be used. It is going to cost money to renovate a building. It's going to happen at any property. But again, if I'm putting in, you may be putting in $600,000, but your return on the investment when you go to put that property on the market, again, you may be not making the most, like it's mentioned, you're not going to make you might not make the most money, but you're going to make it's just a just compensation that's required here. And even today, just based off the appraisal that was submitted to us in May, the opinion of value of the property was $1.6 million. That's already higher than what the purchase price of the property was when they purchased the building in 2021.
And you also
in the current condition.
And you also provided some evidence in the record about what some of the Zillow listings were. I think the highest was at 2.9 million. There was an offer at 2.2 that didn't go through.
Right. So the Zillow listing, and that's why I included that history there. And there's also a photo of what was being marketed. So we had received a bunch of calls and emails because they were concerned that we had already approved the demolition, but it was the rendering of the new home that was being proposed here today. And so it was being marketed as the new home at 1258 Obispo Avenue at $2.56 million, which when you go to the property and see the 1,500 square foot house is about $1,700 per square foot. And for a property that, the proposal that they're marketing had not gone before BOA, had not been before this board either. So I think if a property owner came to us because they put in a request for or put in an offer, they'd call our office asking questions about, was this already approved? Was the demolition approved? And we'd explain that no demolition has been approved, and explain the history of the process and the facts of the case already.
So the description on the listing, okay, talked about a preliminary design. It didn't say that there was anything that was approved. It was a preliminary design. And what we were listing on the property, on the Zillow or Realtor, was the actual layout that had already been previously approved. And all we said was it's a preliminary design. We didn't say that it was approved. There was none of that. And the 40-something hundred square feet of structure that was listed on there is what the preliminary design would have if it was built. That was it.
Thank you. All right. Does anyone else have any questions?
I have one question. And so this house was purchased, and then a month later, a structural report was requested? Did I hear that right? Is that right?
Those are the dates. I don't know when it was requested. It started in November.
I was just wondering what prompted that.
My understanding is he purchased it wanting to make the addition that had already been approved.
Oh, I see.
As part of that, they had to do that, and that's when they found out all of the issues that there was with the property. And the reason they haven't done any of the repairs is because the contractors that went for pricing told him, we will not work on this property the way it is. We can't guarantee our safety. We will not work on it, just for the record.
May I ask a question? Because it says that they did meet with staff prior to the purchase of the property and explain the prior board reviews and outcomes. So I'm not sure if in that meeting with the previous preservation officer, if they were aware of the board's decision to defer with the request of the engineer coming to the meeting.
I believe, and he just testified to that a minute ago, was they talked about two different things. And they were related to doing the addition and keeping the integrity of the architectural design. Because I think if he would have known that there was a structural issue, he would have never
Right, but he was aware there was a proposal for an addition of the property, on the property, which is the discussion that was had before the board. So Warren did explain to them about that addition being in process with the board.
He knew that there was an addition that was approved.
Right. Well, in 2019, but there was one more recently that was deferred in July.
I don't.
So were you aware of the deferral in July, I guess is my question.
That would be a matter of public record.
Right.
The meeting.
Right.
The meeting results and the
Yes.
agenda and the
Oh,
drawings
yeah.
and everything would be a matter of public record.
Right, yes.
All right. So, back to the board. Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion to reject the claim of economic hardship because it has not been established that the owner has been denied all reasonable beneficial use or return on the property.
And
Oh, and the second one too? Oh, two different ones? Okay.
I might suggest doing two separate motions if that's okay.
But I thought you said.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Separate.
And on this motion, could, as a friendly amendment, could you include that you're adopting staff's findings in the report?
Yes.
Does that mean you are going to second, Ms. Dene?
Oh, I will second the motion.
So we have a motion by Ms. Shield and a second by Ms. Dene. Any other discussion? Please call that roll.
Ms. Alvarez,
Yes.
Ms. Shield,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Ms. Ebert. Yes. Ms. Dene,
Yes.
and Mr. Silva.
Yes.
Is there a motion regarding the issuance of the SCOA for demolition?
I can continue if you want. I make a motion to deny the issuance of the special certificate of appropriateness for demolition.
All right.
And
Adopt the staff findings in their report.
and deny the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness?
Yeah, that's where she started.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Design proposal, and it's two.
Both? Design or just the demolition?
I thought I
it
just heard
says?
one, and I heard that you did both of them.
She did do both.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Oh, I will second.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Shield, second by Ms. Dene. Can we call the roll, please?
Ms. Ebert,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Ms. Dene,
Yes.
Ms. Alvarez,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Ms. Shield,
Yes.
and Mr. Silva.
Yes. Both motions pass unanimously.
And I have a comment, if you would allow me. Would it be appropriate to ask the historic preservation staff and the building officials to inspect the property? Interior, I mean, that was included in the report, interior and exterior, to establish the condition, the current condition of the property.
That's a great idea.
Yes.
I've done that multiple times
Yes,
with
it's
Manny.
included, and it was included in the report and in the previous reports as well.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, Ms. Shields' comment segues nicely. I think we were going to bring back that previous item for discussion on the French Village. So on this last one, there were several conditions cited for possible demolition by neglect. That other property was cited by the city. So, Ms. Throckmorton, can you walk us through the process? So, process on a property like this one, and give us an update on what's happening in the
Of course, and I would say that I would gather that those in the audience may have a better timeline than I do in front of me right now. But at the moment, just to give you all an update of where we are now, as you know, in July, this board was informed of actions taken by the building official and the code enforcement board and the construction regulation board that found that cited for demolition by neglect of 1021 Hardy. There are two parallel cases proceeding with the city's code enforcement board as well as the construction regulation board. There are fines running of, I believe, $2,150 a day for violation of orders that were issued by both of those boards. There's also a pending civil case in which the city has filed for some immediate action that is pending in the courts. There was a hearing earlier this week. Separately, In the meantime, given the status of the structure and concerns about the safety of the building, the city, at its current own expense, has entered the property and shored up the property. It has now been shored by city contractors. So there are ongoing construction regulation board cases, code enforcement board cases, as well as the civil suit, and there are fines running daily until all of those orders are complied with. I'm not aware of any movement on permits or anything like that at the moment, but again, the neighbors may know best. As you all know, and as was previously mentioned, there was a certificate of appropriateness that was issued by this board in 2021, I believe was correct. There are deadlines associated with COAs, as you all know. Sometimes people come to you to renew those certificates of appropriateness. It's my understanding that permits were timely issued pursuant to that COA. I can't at the moment opine on the validity of the COA. I'm not sure if staff has looked at that yet, but if and when the property owner or a new property owner comes to complete work on that property, if there are any changes required to the COA, that would return before you all. At the moment, there is nothing pending before this board. There are no current applications for certificates of appropriateness or certificates of appropriateness for demolition. So at the moment, we're sort of in a holding position as far as this board is concerned.
And let me ask you a further question. So building permits can expire, right? Is this permit expired?
I'm not sure the current status of this permit. I would have to defer to the building official.
It can expire.
Can expire.
Yeah.
As can variances.
As can variances, yes. Again, I don't want to speak to the current status. I'm not aware of the details, but we can certainly get that information to you if you would like.
Right. I think it's, so what was asked and what is, I guess what should be answered is number one, is that permit expired? I think permits can expire if they are not renewed on a timely basis, and sometimes the trigger is an inspection, sometimes it's a request, but that, I think, is at the discretion of the building official, whether or not to extend it.
Yes.
So we need to get sort of answers on that. And then the thornier question is, what happens if the permit does expire? I don't know if the renewal of the permit or the reactivation of the permit is completely at the discretion of the building official, or if it has to go through the whole process again. And I guess that's the crux of some of those things that they were bringing up.
But I think with the variance, after a year, they can request from you
Right.
to have it extended for another year. But after that, there's no other
But once the building
extensions.
permit is issued and within that time frame,
That's
so
right.
it was issued during that time frame.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So the building permit was issued in a timely manner, as Stephanie had mentioned. So now it just kind of runs with the building permit.
Oh, absolutely.
So when the building permit expires and can be reactivated by the owner, can be renewed by the owner, or, and then it's up to the discretion of the building official whether or not to activate it if it has expired, and maybe if there's a new owner or not, or contractor, it will be at the discretion of the building
I
official.
think we have to be prepared to answer that question, right? What if the
I
permit?
am answering it for you right now. That's the
But
answer.
what happens to the?
I'm not sure the status of the current permit. If you
I don't know the
Anna?
status of the current permit. I believe it actually is expired because there was a glitch in the system that automatically renewed it, and it had to go back, and it is expired currently.
Right, and then, so a follow-up question. So the city has gone in, the city has made it safe, right? Well,
Stabilize the building.
we heard today that this is a strange condition because everything abuts, right? Normally on a single-family home that's detached, if you make it structurally safe, we're sort of dealing with the problem. We're not dealing with waterproofing necessarily, but in this case, where there may be shared walls, shared roofs, shared things, is there something? It's thorny because the city has sort of taken over and there's litigation involved, but what can be done by the city to deal with some sort of waterproofing issues on a temporary basis at least?
Didn't the city do that? Didn't the city come in with the property in the same village years ago where the sisters lived on Cotoro? I don't know the address, but on the corner?
Exactly. The corner.
Yeah, that corner.
What was that, Leonardo and Couture.
And the city ended up taking over that. Because I know that I was meeting with all the contractors on that and getting the windows figured out and doing that, and then it went for a sale.
So
That's what's happened.
Yes, they were, actually, they were lovely. They were there when I was in graduate school. My son was tiny, and I was drawing the village when I was in architecture school, and they were so sweet. They invited us in, and they gave us tea. It was very nice. Anyway, pardon me? I don't know.
I would defer, the chair could do that as discretion. Just to answer your question, Ms. Spain, the city has been involved, and Ms. Pernas particularly with the building official and the city manager in looking how to address, as we understand, the unique conditions related to this property. I would defer to the building official and the city manager and to the neighbors about what other work besides the shoring has been done.
Yeah, as of now, just to go back, because I think there was some confusion in the vocabulary that was being used. The COA was issued in November of 2021 and included 3 variances and 28 conditions. It wasn't 28 variances, because I think the language gets mixed up. And then that's when the application, for the building permit application was then issued in 2023 within a timely manner. The building now has been braced by the city. The fines are ongoing and construction liens have been placed or will be placed. The building official may reactivate permits and decide on transferability or reactivity. The fastest way it's the opinion of the city manager that the fastest way for the property and the neighboring buildings to protect the property and the neighboring buildings is to complete the project that was approved by the board in 2021 that has active permits right now that can be transferred.
So that was going to be my question. If the project is completed per the SCOA, this and the variances there and included.
Yes.
This board is the approval of this board stands as is.
Correct.
There's no reason to do anything else.
Correct.
Only if
The only issue would come back to you all for if the COA as issued is transferred and or renewed, reactivated by the building official through the building permit, it would not come to before you all. It would just go as approved in 2021. If there are changes to that, let's say they decide they don't want to do certain portions of the project, depending on what those changes are, we may handle some things administratively, or if there are major modifications to that addition or the renovation, then they would come before you all.
Understood.
What a mess.
I've said it a couple times, I'm the only one on this board that's east of the highway. I am by this house numerous times a day. I really wonder if you know the condition of this home. I mean, when somebody said it looks like a movie set, that they just have the facade propped up. I mean, you see the sky. You look in a window, there's no window, and you see the sky through the window. I mean, I could cry about this house. I mean, this is a treasure, and it's just gonna fall down. And I'm so sorry for the neighbors across the street and, all around it that have to live with this and behind it.
Well, and I think that's why the city took the stance that it did to move forward and go into the property and structurally brace the property.
So
But the rain's just coming right, all this rain we've had just pouring in.
Yeah.
So if in the past, if the city steps in and stabilizes a property, like Alex was pointing out, this one's unique because it's not a detached structure.
It's
then-
all unique. It's
Yeah.
not a process that we typically do.
So just shoring, I guess, is not enough. It's like there's this waterproofing, also a kind of
Right.
service they could
Exactly. I
they
mean,
could
if this
include
thing
in
drags
stabilizing
on-
it, since it's affecting.
That'd be a discussion to have with the city manager and the building official, if that was action taken by them and with their direction.
Peter there. You should ask Peter to go with you and Manny.
Peter has been there.
Has he?
Peter is very aware of this, and there's a Peter is
roof?
There's no roof in a portion of the structure. So he's fully aware, and he's the one that has directed the contractor to go in and brace and reviewed those himself, and so.
He's good at that. He'll be good at that.
Yes, and so that work is complete right now, the structural bracing. It has, well, okay. It is.
So our board has no jurisdiction or no ability to oversee the work that is being done to make sure that it's appropriate?
For the stabilization or for which part? We've been involved within the process.
Like currently, right now, our board doesn't have the ability to oversee any of the work that's being done at this point, like.
Staff does.
Right, you want the stabilization plans?
Well, I mean, because I'm hearing different things.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I mean, I would
So the
like to
city,
know,
as of
it's
now,
a
has-
historic property, so I would like to know the answers.
The city hasn't taken the stance to move forward in completing the restoration of the project. So I think that's where we would then fall into more constructing the roof, and maybe that will change between, as time goes on, but right now the priority was to stabilize and structurally brace the building.
Ms. Ebert, go ahead.
The fines are at $2,500 a day. Do we know where the owners are? I mean, are they, is anybody collecting this money? I mean, you can say it's $2,500 a day.
Robert, the fines are accruing. There's liens against the property. The property owners are appearing, and there was a court hearing earlier this week. It is not unknown who the owners are.
Mr. Garcia Ponce.
So has the property been cited as demolition by neglect? It
Yes.
has. So when I'm reading number 3 of whatever I'm reading, if the owner of a subject property, in the opinion of the building official and the historic preservation officer, fails to undertake and substantially complete the required remedial and corrective action within the specified time frame, the city may, at the expense of the owner, file an action seeking an injunction ordering the property to take the remedial. So this is the stuff that's already been done in order to allow the city to shore it.
Correct.
So it says, undertake and substantially complete the required remedial and corrective action. So we've heard today that shoring has been done.
The city stepped in to do the shoring because it had not been done by the property owner.
Has the city seen any additional action that needs to be taken in order to protect?
I would have to defer to the building official on that. I am only the lawyer.
So that's a question for the historic preservation officer as staff, who has apparently some power with the building official with that regard. And notwithstanding any neighbors that are being affected, even this particular property seems to be getting affected by more than just the shoring. So if you can come back, Ms. Perenas, with some understanding of the extent of the corrections that may be required per our recommendation of going out there again and identifying what the potential destructive properties are, and then what the remediation could be, and then if the city is going to take on that responsibility. I think that is what we as the board can say with regards to the historic designation of this property. I'm not going to speak to the neighbors or their property, although I think that is something that may be part of a future discussion item with regards to how this board can comment on any sort of maybe elements of the existing text here as to what we can do for the certified property, but to any adjacent neighboring other designated properties, because we're talking about one property, but these other neighbors are designated. So we should have
purview
should have some voice or some idea to comment on the protection of those properties.
I think it's fair to look at it with inclusive of the neighboring properties.
Thank you.
Agreed, and I think we heard today, right, that the other properties are definitively being affected. So if this thing drags on, it's only going to get worse and worse and worse, right? The whole block. And I think we need to come up with a plan to, we've done maybe phase 1 or phase 1A or whatever it is, but I think we need to, if this is, and I think we all see this dragging on for a while, right? This is not going to get resolved quickly. I think we need to maybe look at phase 2 or 1B or whatever it is, to kind of deal with this and protect it properly.
And the section I was referring to was section 8-108.
Yes.
When you go out there, you should take photographs.
Yes, they've documented the building.
Mr. Chair, do we want to request staff come back with an update at the next meeting? with
To you all.
what was discussed
It's up
today.
to us, right? It's, I think as a formal discussion item, you're saying?
Yeah, just an update, we asked a few questions. Staff said that they were going to maybe just check with the building official, the city manager, yourself, as to what is happening and get an actual report from staff proactively of where we are, specifically to the purpose, to what's happening with this particular property, and then any things that the city is, I'm not going to say considering, but looking to do for any additional remediation or protection of the property. And lastly, if there's, what can we do or say about the protection of the abutting historic properties?
Okay. I could work on that.
And since the neighbors are looking for immediate action, I'm assuming, could they also meet with the city manager if they're open to doing so, just so they could?
I believe they've been in touch with the city manager's office, and if not, I could loop everybody back in. The manager had responded directly to them, I believe last week or 2 weeks ago. Yes, I have copies of the email.
They wanted to speak.
Ms. Schmidt, you've been,
Yeah.
if we could just have one representative, I think you're all on the same page.
Ms. Perna says these were not all variances, but my point earlier was that these variances from 2021, many of which were requiring the owner to submit additional information for review, we have no idea what the outcome of this was. Perhaps it's not something that this board will report on, but we need to know. Like I said, this is a shared wall that I have with this resident who was building a terrace literally 4 feet from my property. We can see down into the pool that's proposed.
Understood.
This is on top of us. So we need preservation.
Ms. Schmidt, I would say so whatever was approved is going to be public record, and I think Ms. Pernas can probably either point you in the right direction or send you.
She can pull all
the
of
files,
That's been
so you have
requested
them.
numerous
Right.
times.
Okay, well, she should have that information
so-
for you. And also, when that variance went forward, you should have received notice of it, because they mail out, what's the radius?
1,000 square feet.
1,000 feet to
You
all the
received
neighbors?
notice, and I was here and
You were
I
in attendance
spoke,
at
and
the
there was a
meeting.
follow-up letter to the owner indicating,
Okay, so
you know,
I just
but
was
then we
worried that you
never
hadn't
heard
been
the
noticed.
conditions and what the outcome was, because the point of this was, there was some assurance to us that the negative impact on the adjoining neighbors would be considered with all of these, and we never heard one more thing. We are the three
There should be a file
adjoining-
on this property, and so hopefully Anna will have notes and everything from whenever they,
Yeah, it was
somebody
prior to
that
me, too.
wasn't as prior to, it was after me and prior to her.
Again, Victor Diaz, 1025 Hardy, and thank you for your indulgence. Obviously, you can see by our persistence that we feel very strongly about this issue. First, for the benefit of this board, the position of the city is as follows. Per the Florida Building Code, permits become inactive if no work is done in 180 days. This is the case for this project. However, the building official may reactivate the permit at his discretion, which would reactivate your variances. Does not address the issue of whether this board may request to see this project back before it in the event that there isn't a request made to reactivate this permit. That is wholly within your province under the ordinance. This board has the authority to make policy recommendations, doesn't have to be followed by the building official, doesn't have to be followed by the city administration, doesn't have to be followed by anyone. But you are mandated by statute, by an ordinance, to make a recommendation, and we're asking you to discuss this item so you can consider whether or not you might want to make a recommendation requesting the city administration to bring this matter back before this board. Second, the permits, and we have heard this term over and over again, were extended, quote, by a program glitch, close quote. No one has been able to explain what that program glitch was. They were improperly extended. The glitch has been fixed in the system. You don't know what the glitch is. We don't know what the glitch is. the citizens of Coral Gables don't know what the glitch is, and no one will tell us. So I think this board, if I were a board member, I would want to know by what glitch were permits extended for 7 years by a property owner. Third, to address Ms. Throckmorton, who I met today for the first time, the city doesn't know who the owner. We know that the irrevocable trust of Juan Delgado is the owner. However, the person that appeared before this board, the person that appeared before the Court Enforcement Board, the person that appeared before the Construction Regulation Board, who stated that they were the successor trustee of the Juan Delgado Irrevocable Trust, filed an affidavit on Friday to tell the court that they have nothing to do with this property, that they have nothing to do with the Juan Delgado Irrevocable Trust, and that they don't know who the successor trustee is, despite having stated under oath something contrary to a city board. Further, I'm a taxpayer. I heard someone complaining about the $30,000 in taxes that they pay. That seems awfully low to me. Second, the city has stepped in, and we are most appreciative of the fact that at the urging of these residents, at the insistence of the Code Enforcement Board, after its order was violated twice by the same owner, the city went in and stabilized the structure, shored it up. But there's no roof. There's no windows. There's nothing. The wooden truss is collapsed on the roof. Ms. Schwartz lives in the adjoining home. The wood is rotting inside. What little wooden structure is left inside this house is rotting. Termites are breeding. Rodents, it's a public nuisance. The city has not declared it a public nuisance. The city has declared it an unsafe structure, which lays the predicate for further demolition. The city has declared it demolition by neglect, but the city has not taken any action, even to place a lien. For example, I'm a taxpayer. I would like to know, how much has the city spent to shore up this property for a property owner who refused to do what they were ordered to do twice by a city board? Hundreds of thousands of dollars from our take on it. Has the lien been placed on the property? No. The city ordinance allows the city to foreclose on that lien so that you can be more proactive in protecting a historic property. Has that been done? No. I could go on and on and on. All we are asking is for an opportunity to discuss this item and to be said that there's a board who has the mandate to make recommendations to the city commission. You are required to issue an annual report summarizing your conclusions and recommendations to the city commission as to how to improve the historic preservation ordinance, how to improve the historic preservation process. To say that you can't have these questions answered in an open forum where all the members of the public can come in and answer questions, can provide information, is rather sad. It's rather sad. And we are just simply saying there's much more. Yes, the building is not going to collapse tomorrow. It's only a matter of time before it collapses, period. And we're going to lose this historic gem in the middle of the historic district. Do you not want to talk about it? And why can't we talk about it? Why can't we talk about it? Why the reluctance to discuss this issue?
Mr. Diaz, I don't think anybody here is unwilling to talk about it. I think we're going to have a
I've
discussion
asked to
item in the
place,
next
you
meeting.
can, you have, any one of you can ask for a discussion item to be placed on the next agenda.
We just did, yeah.
Okay.
So the discussion item was an update to the request that you had made. It's not a discussion item to rehear or reconsider the
But we're not
COA.
asking to rehear, we're
just wanna be
asking to be
clear, because-
heard. We're asking, will it be a public hearing as well? Will it be a public meeting where the public can be
I
heard?
believe we have the purview to do that.
We made a,
I think at this point, it's the Code Enforcement Board, it's the city manager's office, the building official.
Yeah, and just for the record, this board always allows public comment, as we do at all of our boards. And as stated before, no one has prohibited you all from discussing this property. You were all informed about the demolition by neglect in July via email. You were updated and given the orders from the Construction Regulation Board and the Code Enforcement Board. And yes, Ms. Bain is correct. There are 2 pending cases with orders from both of those other boards at the moment.
And and we ask for updates on what's going on with those hearings, and we get no response. We get nothing. We're in the dark. The only answer I received was because the vice mayor insisted that my questions be responded to about whether this home is on the market. It's being marketed for $2.7 million with an advertisement that says that approved plans can be readily transferred at the request of the new purchaser. Not that that's at the discretion of the building official, and not that the Historic Preservation Board can even opine as to whether you would like the building official to kindly allow you to reconsider some of the issues. Your order was violated. That's Ms. Schmidt's issue. We can prove that. Your order was violated, but you're powerless to address it. If we're left with no ability to discuss these issues as citizens, then we have no alternative but to go to the court of law. I'm an attorney. I don't want to be sitting and monitoring court hearings. I would like this to be addressed in a manner that I thought, I immigrated to this country 64 years ago. I thought democracy still allowed discussion and debate and people to weigh in and give opinions. You're the Historic Preservation Board. To be told that this is, I'm sorry, Ms. Bain, the province of the Code Enforcement Board, the Construction Regulation Board.
Man, I could tell Manny Lopez and exactly what to do, but that's not our,
It's not your job to tell him what to do. It's your job to make recommendations. I would ask you to please exercise that authority.
May I ask a question? Didn't we get a notice that this was going to be on our August agenda? And then it was deferred?
It was deferred at the request of
Appearing in
They weren't
August.
going to be.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it was taken off.
I believe you were out of town. There was a conversation with Kara. It was before I got back.
No. I was told that it was going to be put on the agenda for August. I asked, I was told that after that, by you, that there was no discussion item. I wrote the letter in late July. I initially asked it to be put on October because I was not able to be here in September. Then I was told there will be no discussion at the September meeting. You can come in and talk under public comment. Now I'm asking at the October meeting, even though I'm supposed to be at my 40th year law school reunion, will we be able to discuss this? Because if we can't, I don't want to impose, I feel sorry to be imposing for your time. I really apologize to you. This is not the way we want it to be played out. We want it to be put up as a formal item for discussion and then let all the facts come out. The truth is nothing to hide from, people.
And you spoke at a commission meeting, too, during public comment, didn't
No, I didn't speak at the commission meeting, but I have spoken at the Code Enforcement and the Construction Regulation Board meetings. And I have been corresponding with the city manager, staff, and everybody else about this issue. There's so many facts that I can't put before you now, nor would I impose upon your time to do so. But you don't have the facts. And what's been said here to you today is not entirely correct. And I appreciate Ms. Throckmorton saying that maybe the neighbors have more facts than staff does. We do. We live with this hulking mess for 2 years. My neighbors for 8. Ms. Schwartz is got buckets in her house. Would any of you like to come to our house? May I invite you, please, all to the 1025 Hardy, to my home, to sit on my balcony or sit in my office window and look down on this? Your opinions about this issue might change. Please.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. So I think
Should you say sunshine? Please do not accept an invitation due to sunshine issues.
So I think we've definitely heard the issues, right? we have asked that this be placed as a discussion item on the next meeting, and we've asked a series of questions that we would like kind of an answer and some thoughts from the city manager on protection, even if it's temporary, on those issues that were all brought up and discussed here.
Understood.
Does that summarize everybody's thoughts on this?
So I'm not allowed to speak to any of the neighbors. I mean, they're friends.
Ms. Ebert, we've discussed this
Please.
previously. Of course, you are allowed to speak with people. You should not discuss items that may come before you on the board. So to the extent there's discussions about revised COAs or things like that, of course not. But yes, you are not prohibited from discussing with neighbors.
If it's something,
Can we please not speak from the audience? I'm sorry. It's difficult for the transcript and for everybody to hear.
Wait, but don't stop the meeting yet.
No, we're not.
Okay.
We're not.
no, we have other items.
Have an item, yeah.
So, but I would like to move on from this item. We heard you. We're acting as best we can, and you'll be placed as a discussion item on the next board.
And as always, Mr. Chair, this board can always make recommendations of any kind to the city commission or to otherwise through their motions, and there's nothing prohibiting you from doing so.
And thank you for your time and for sticking around to waiting till the end of the meeting. Thank you all. Thank you.
And it will be an update of that request that you made today. Just,
Thank you. Okay, is there any new business? And I think Ms. Spain had an issue with.
I have an
yes,
issue.
so the gondola.
A week from today, I think, is a city commission where the, I believe it's on the 25th.
The 25th,
Yes.
correct.
Yes, Ms. Spain, I have enough.
I was able to go when it was on August the 26th, but I'm not able to go to the commission on the gondola building issue.
Correct.
And
So
I'm-
Ms. Paredes and I
I'm
have
so
been working.
sorry.
We've drafted a resolution based on your last motion, which says that it's a request for the city commission to consider and review the previous discussions and the previously issued COA for the location of the gondola building. That resolution, along with those items, will be uploaded onto the agenda and related to the item that will be on the agenda put forth by city staff, which is the proceeding pursuant to that 1-104 of the zoning code that we discussed
I
previously.
think someone should talk to that issue. It'd be nice to have someone on the board, and I'm so sorry I'm not able to do it. I can't be that person.
Presentation, while it was well done by the city, it did not show where it did not show photographs of where the proposed area is, and I don't think it showed photographs of the current state of the building. I think it only showed photographs of when the building was in good condition. So I would like some of those photographs to be included so that the commission can see.
I believe the current condition photographs were included as previously to this board, so they would likely be included in the materials presented.
Okay. And the proposed.
Yeah, I did request
location?
that Public Works include an overall site plan also, because I think it was kind of zoomed into that one corner, and so that they could understand it from the bigger picture of the Biltmore complex.
And that it's an area that's off limits, that you're not allowed to access the area. There's signage there saying not to go there.
To Ms. Spain's point, yes, if the board could designate someone to appear, I think that would be helpful. Otherwise, the resolution will just be read into the record.
Without a designation of a specific member, it would be the chair that would be allowed. So if we don't designate somebody, the chair
Mr. Maxwell could
is
speak
always
if he's
available.
able to. Mhm.
Let's see if he's able.
If he's here. Yeah.
Nobody else wants to do it?
Who would be a good backup if Mr. Maxwell is not available?
Yeah,
Or-
we don't know if he'll be available or not.
I don't know.
Correct.
But if he isn't,
Tuesday
then
the
we don't have anybody.
Right, that's why I'm saying we would need a backup, so somebody, please. 'Cause it would be,
Do we have to tell you now?
Yes, please. It has to be
Board would have
designated
to
by the board.
agree.
Is it, what day is it?
Tuesday, September 25th.
It's a week from
Thursday.
today.
And we'll try to request a time certain on
To
it to let
clarify,
them
it's a
know.
Thursday, the 25th. We have a
Oh,
commission
Thursday.
meeting on a Thursday. It's unusual, on Thursday, the 25th. We do not have a time certain, but we can certainly request one.
Is that something that's going to happen in the afternoon or the morning?
I can request a time certain, and if you have a preference, I'll see what we can do. We usually do get something assigned when we tell them that a board member is going to be present.
All right, well, can anybody else do it? Or is anyone else willing? I'm
I
willing to
could, I
do
mean,
it.
I could do it, but I'm the newest member. I mean, I can read
Alex, it would be good, they're gonna have questions. You know.
All right,
In
so,
those meetings, Kelly, or no?
You're welcome
Excuse
to
me?
support.
yeah, I'll
Yeah, we
be
can vote.
there. I'll
Can you
definitely
vote?
be there to support. I will
My
definitely
only
be
issue
there
is
to
that I have something in the morning that I cannot move, so it has to be in the afternoon.
I can request that from the city clerk and
I don't know how long the meetings go.
usually the whole day, so no worries.
You can always hear something later than the time certain, just not earlier.
They never do.
So if you're not there yet, that's okay.
They're all over the place. They get close. They get close.
But Mr. Maxwell is the first choice.
Oh, okay, still, okay.
Noted. If he can't make it, then I'd be happy to do it.
Okay.
Does he know the issue?
Yeah, he is familiar with it.
Yeah, he's very familiar.
I believe that's the only thing I had in my to-dos.
All right.
Unless there's anything
Anyone
else
else
from
have
the
any
board.
issues, questions, concerns?
Was my issue.
If I just can make a quick note, we should hopefully be sending out an invitation soon. We are trying to plan our biannual boards and committees training, which will be for all of you, and we'd like you all to attend. We do try to get CLE credit for the attorneys, which is always an exciting thing for a free CLE credit. And the clerk's office normally likes to provide some snacks as well. So hopefully we can entice you to join us for our biannual board and committee training. I think we're looking at a date in mid-October. We'll try to get that to you ASAP. About a year ago or so, we held a training just for this board. We had a sunshine meeting where we sat and we had a meeting just for this board. We would like to do that again for all our quasi-judicial boards. Wanted to get a feeling. We have a fair amount of new members since the last time we did it. So we just wanted to hear from you all if that was something you'd be interested in, and we can work with staff to coordinate.
Do we have all our members selected? Are we missing any seats?
Nope, you are all appointed.
I think we're a fully constituted board at the moment.
I would love one.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. So yes, so just look out for those dates from us, and we'll work with your schedules to coordinate a separate meeting. I think we did it last time at the Fink Studio, which was nice.
Yeah,
So.
that was nice.
All right. So if there's nothing else, can we, motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Second? Aye. Go.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was going to go to the museum now.
Recording stopped.